right, let's try this. This looks like it's working here. Everyone's on Avgo. Everybody's gunning for a print on Avgo, huh? It's on mainstream. Good morning, Stacey. How are you? We got a giant ass gap to fill down below on SPX. All right, 9:45. Hopefully, oh, wait a minute here. Hang tight. Hang tight. I don't. Uh-oh. I'm still over the weekend. There was a massive Windows update. My computers got bricked. I got the blue screen of death, but they recovered. They must have had a fix at some point. Just let me deactivate and activate. I'm running a little bit behind this morning. I've got there we go. Hang tighter, guys. Nope. Running a little bit behind this morning. I've got we had some forced updates over the weekend, and then yesterday we had some issues, and this morning we're having just a little bit more issues. I think it has more to do with Windows 11 I'm thinking that it's relying upon AI for settings, and for like most people, Windows is fine. For what I'm doing, not so much. So let's take a look here. This is on an hourly basis right here. With not knowing what Jolts is, well, I think it's a little bit wise here to be trading the reaction today. There is this downtrend up here. So if we catch this squeeze, sellers will step in. We think that the sellers will step in there. If we get a negative reaction, I'm hoping here for some buyers to step in. We don't go too low. So just sitting on the edges here seems appropriate. I would also expect here at 10 a.m. for Asian markets and for London markets to step off as well. They got a pretty decent print. There's just no reason to give it back. So you don't want to be the only New York buyer to be hanging out there with your dick in the wind, for lack of a better way to describe it. And trade that reaction. Trade this upside sell or this bottom side buy. If you were long yesterday, congratulations. Let's move over to a clear this up here. Bigger screen. We're gonna go and just look here on a 1-minute basis. Let's take a peek at this. Almost here for the 10 a.m. Data that we've got coming up. We'll snap a line right there. And these dotted lines here doesn't mean we're going there. It just means, especially on these binary events, that this is what we're looking for. Now, there is something important here. Let me take a look. This 1 hour right here. Let's see if we can let me just check this really quick. Just want to see as this has changed over time. If this 1 hour here is still valid or not. Let me just take a peek here. We're still humming along here. There's pivots. We'll put those up right there. Yeah, these are still valid right here. This one's still valid in here. That one's all still valid. So we're all still pretty good in here. Nothing's really changed. Just want to make sure that we haven't lost anything here. We'll go over here. Yesterday's program was a private stream. We're coming into the beginning of a new month, the end of a quarter. and I wanted to have the community that supports the actual people that support this community. I wanted them to have the ability to know where the market is and be confident for the next month. So we did a private stream all day long yesterday. We got caught up with a few things, a little bit longer than expected, and then not only that, but we still have some stuff to go over today, either in a private stream or on a public stream. We still haven't gone over the outlook from Larry Williams. We haven't gone over the whole like higher frame velocity thing. We haven't gone over 2018. We've done that, I think, on a stream, but we haven't gone over the 1990s for a while. Like that whole 1990s trade, we've been talking about that trade for this year for like 3 years now. That we could enter the bubble, right? I was asked years ago by Joe Donut where I thought NVDA would go, and the number that I gave him, that's where we went with all the splits. And he didn't believe me then. I didn't believe myself then. But at that same time, we talked about if we do that, we're going to likely enter a bubble, and what that price action looks like, and how do you do that? Now, the springtime low doesn't confirm that bubble trade 90s style, even if it's like just looks like it somewhat, but we have to address it again and make sure that people are understanding of this stuff. We have people too that don't understand velocity and higher frames and how it can predict market tops. So we've got to probably need to go over that today. We probably want to also look at some Larry Williams stuff. And he's made some adjustments to it over the year, but we do want to take a peek at it and why he thinks those things for this year, and some of it's coming true. Like cyclical inflation is starting right now. It's been starting, right? That's the real danger in the pudding. Not so much tariff inflation. Everybody harps on that, and it's more the cyclical inflation that is the real root of danger to the bull thesis. IWM's up this morning on Waller's comments this morning. So I still see that as a separate trade. I look at that like the Fed funds rate. There's a gambling trade with Fed funds rate, and then there's the actual Fed funds rate and policy and all that kind of stuff. So just make sure that if you see me posting on public about that stuff, that I'm hyper aware that there's a separate thing going on. There's the, hey, we're going to trade this up, party time, squeeze it up, make some money. And then there's the actual policy. Two separate things that people convolute and mix frequently for the means of an end of gambling and not true, or not the actual policy. So just be aware of that right now. This morning, I got a nice little pump on IWM Smalls on that Waller interview on CNBC this morning. I just wouldn't put more into that bullshit except for getting paid on a print. So it's very similar to the effective funds rate versus there's the effective fund rate, then there's policy, and then there's gambling on what it will be versus the reality of the outcome. Maybe it's three different things. So I've got the news squawker on here. We got 7 minutes until we get this report. There's something else going on this morning. It's really weird. It's not on anybody's radar. I hope that it doesn't have an impact on the market. I don't think that it does. Doesn't mean anything. That doesn't speak less of what that event is at 10:30. But there's danger there. I think yesterday there was 7 or 10 people expected to speak. This morning there's now 100 potentially speaking. Nancy Mace yesterday walked out of a closed door meeting. I think it was yesterday, and she was visibly shaken. Nancy Mace is ruthless. She tried to play it off as herself instead of with the victims, instead of having some compassion for the victims in their story. she turned it on herself. Like, I've been through this and, blah, blah, blah. But the truth is that what I saw in her eyes in that video yesterday was protection for her position and status and her party and all that. So I don't know if that comes out today or not, or if that's disruptive to the market. I'm hoping that it's not, that it's its own fucking thing. But just be aware of it. When you have that many people, the human aspect of it's dangerous. An attorney can tell you to do whatever you want, but if you go off and do your own thing, there's potential there with too many people. So you don't know what they're going to say, what they're going to do if they drop a hammer, a bombshell, and it rattles markets. So there's some volatility potentially there. And it could impact the market if they start naming names. They name anybody on Wall Street. They name anybody in the White House. If they've got anything that looks like evidence, and if it's the stir, the nest, or whatever, there could be some potential there. And this kind of ties in with Trump yesterday too. It's just abnormal, right? Behavior. You're looking for normal behavior. Yesterday, the market blew off some volatility, just knowing that Trump could stand up with a suit on and speak intelligibly. Yet the interview yesterday morning, that didn't sound like AI to me. It sounded like somebody that was dehydrated from an operation. I've been through operations. I've broken all kinds of shit. I got screws and bolts all over my body. And you wake up with that grogginess in your voice, that crackle. So I'm thinking that he went through an operation this weekend. And I don't think that that's abnormal to not tell the public. I think but factually, most presidents do not make the public known about that stuff. And they'll do anything to keep it private because of their image. They got to protect their image. But that kind of looked like it. So the market was happy. And I agree. If he's standing up, he's got a suit on, even if he looks like shit, even if in the morning he sounded like shit, he's still there. And that confirms that power vacuum is not of consequence at this moment to the market. So I'm okay with that, with what happened yesterday. This morning, though, I'm a little like, you just don't know, like, wrong person gets the hold of something that can rock the markets. It's there. So just be aware of that. And we could squeeze once that happens, if nothing comes out of that's material in that 1030 presser. That's weird. They called it a presser, then they changed it to a rally. I think it's on the steps of one of the federal buildings in D.C. So we'll see if there's any sound clips, or if the bigger thing here too is, does the wire pick up on it or not? Does it come across the wire on Financial Juice? Do they care, or any of the other ones? Trade the News, all the other news squawkers. So we'll pay attention to that this morning. I believe that's at 10:30. They could be late, but we'll pay attention to it in the background. If it's a nothing burger, we'll get right out of it right away. And that vol should blow off today at some point. Now, Jolts. We have that coming up here in just a moment. It's been something insidious in the background of the market.
At the end of the tunnel.
Well, jobs in general, everyone's looking at the wrong things.
An end to
the market didn't care, of course, about the things they should be looking at. And then, of course, we knew about it before, like jobs and services, inflation, and all that kind of stuff. And then now it's all front and center, right? Market's very aware of what really matters. So that's good to know, right? And we got this Jolts coming in right now. I'm sure that the market will be paying close attention to Jolts in particular, maybe even more so than NFP. I'm not NFP, but unemployment. I'm not as concerned with unemployment. I think you'll like the unemployment rising slowly with no velocity is fine. Market can stay doing its thing, even if we're going up slowly. The only thing we don't want to see is velocity in 2 or 3 different things. We don't want to see any velocity in inflation, and we do not want, definitely, if you were to look at anything, unemployment velocity is also a danger. And what else? The rest of it we can kind of deal with. And then the other thing would be, of course, like the other usual suspects, GDP, and then are we in a rate cut cycle or not? We're going to talk about that today, too. Talk about rate cut cycles. Larry Williams Velo and
10 seconds.
Hireframe Velo and what else? 2018.
7.181
late
million,
90s.
7.181 million, lower than the forecast of 7.3
Get this stuff done and out of here.
Factory orders month for month, minus 1.3%, minus 1.3% as expected. Core durable goods revised 1%, lower than forecast of 1.1%. US durable goods revised minus 2.
We have some gap to close lower. Remember that? See that red box there?
There. S&P, not really any sort of reaction, but a downside movement on the dollar off of the back of that that weaker than expected Jolts data.
Markets somewhat anticipating that. Somewhat weaker jobs data. So it's not like it's unknown. Market's already looking at it. I'm going to leave one more tick mark here for 1030 for this craziness with Epstein crap.
I still think tariffs effect on consumer prices won't fade fast. It may take months to materialize, and firms can't absorb higher tariffs much longer. We will not be complacent about risks to inflation expectations, and it's not obvious the labor market is materially weakening. With hiring and labor supply both slowing, US remains near full employment. Businesses do not expect a big shift in the labor market, but if that happens, then I'll be diligent in the policy response. It remains unclear how consumer spending will evolve. Businesses still expect a solid year, and other evidence indicates Fed policy is not overly restrictive. I'm not ruling out a September rate cut, depending on coming jobs report and other data. Also seeing revisions coming through now for the Jolts data, prior revised to 7.357 million from the original prior of 7.437 million.
Factory orders month over month, minus 1.3%. The forecast was minus 1.3%. The previous was minus 4.8%. So improvement there. That's good. Jolts job openings actual 7.181 million. Forecast was 7.38 million. In a brief I wrote last night, I talked to you about how there's like a self-imposed recession fear activity by business owners. It doesn't mean they're going to force a recession themselves, but they tried this before. The consumers were also trying this in sentiment with politics earlier in the year. Check 1 2, check 1 2. Bostic saying firms can't absorb higher tariffs much longer. That's okay. I'm fine with that. What happens, though, Bostic, when that happens? They don't like telling me the rest of this.
Falling further, last down 3.7 base points at about 3.621%.
Bostic, it is not obvious that the labor market is materially weakening. Businesses do not expect a big shift in the labor market, but if that happens, I will be diligent in the policy response. With hiring and labor supply both slowing, the U.S. remains near full employment. It remains unclear how consumer spending will evolve. Businesses still expect a solid year. That's not true. It remains unclear how consumer spending will evolve is inaccurate. Consumers are way better off than even previously thought. That is inaccurate. Businesses still expect a solid year. Yep, and the data also shows that. Not unambiguously clear that labor is weakening materially. No, labor is weakening materially. It's not unemployment, though. It's in jobs. So basically what's going on is this. It's the same shit as last year. I have 100 employees, and through natural employee loss, I'm just not replacing people. And that could be due to a multitude of factors. Some of it's AI. Some of it is uncertainty. Some of it is profit driven. Why? Why profit driven? Do you know the reason? Do you know what the reason? If I have 100 employees and I just choose to not rehire once, let's say I lose 5 employees a year, and this year I lose 5 employees and I don't rehire them. Why am I not rehiring them? This is something that is, for some reason, I don't know why, but it's got to be a psyop not a psyop, but it's got to be corporate greed and the advent of social media and media following social media, to be honest, where I can push a narrative and social media pushes it, picks up on it, and then the wire picks up on it, and everybody loses their fucking minds. I'm not lying here. Like, they lose their fucking minds. So let me explain this to you, okay? You have the consumer. This is like economics 101. This is not like my opinion. This is literal economics 101. Okay? Now, we live in a society that is capitalism. We wash out companies and people naturally in this process. Year in, year out, decade in, decade out. For a multitude of reasons. One of those reasons is what? Competition. It's that fucking simple. If you were one time shopped at Kmart and Kmart is not offering you what you want, you decide to no longer shop there. If it's perceived that Kmart is no longer cool or doesn't have everything you want, a competitor starts a company, aka Walmart, and you get better goods and better services, at least initially, even if they operate at a loss. That's normal and natural
Jolts
in a fucking capitalist society, which is where you and I live. Now, you might not like that, but that's not the reality. That is how this society works. So if you look at economics 101, like Waller this morning is out there saying that tariffs are a tax on the consumer. That is literally corporate speak. And the question becomes why? Well, if I'm an established company like Kmart, I will do anything, and I mean anything, to preserve profit with doing nothing. Zero. I will raise prices every chance I get. Do you understand that? Like, that's it. So any threat to that, I am going to come out swinging. And the easiest way possible is to
at about 5
what?
63% has
not eat
retracted all the
my profit, right? Because of tariffs or something else, right? Pass on any cost to me, to you. Does that make sense to you? And if you don't accept it, right, that as the consumer, I got a problem. And I will still do anything to not eat the cost. So what do? I'd prefer to do nothing. The easiest and cheapest thing for me to do is to get you to believe that I can and will pass those costs on to you and that you will absorb them. That you will, listen to me closely, you will absorb them. And so then you as the consumer parrot that corporate speak in your life. Well, Walmart says they're going to raise prices and I got to pay it. That's shocking to me. Now, number one, you do have a propensity to absorb tariffs or anything like it when the consumer is in a good place. When the consumer is in a bad place, you will say, fuck no. Or if you know better, you will say, fuck no. If you're educated, you'll say, fuck no. I have other options, or I won't buy this until another option comes along. And that's how we do the capitalist thing. Does that make any sense to you out there?
The Alphabet shares extending gains.
I hope that it does, because this is basic shit.
8.2%.
So you as the consumer make a choice as to where you spend your money. Some companies, you're like, you know what? They do a great service. They do a great job. I'm going to pay what they're passing along to me. Other companies, you're like, hey, you know what? The shrinkage is happening. And they'll do anything. McDonald's is famous for this. I went this weekend on a trip. And on Thursday, I saw a cute little meme where a guy showed a ketchup packet. And he had a breakfast sandwich. And the breakfast sandwich was the size of the ketchup packet. Well, I went to McDonald's this weekend. I haven't been there in a long time. I got a burger. I kid you not, a cheeseburger. Just a regular cheeseburger. It was the size of a ketchup packet. You should go get a ketchup packet and a burger and spread out the ketchup packet and look at it. McDonald's is like the case study of this.
Putin says that
they raised prices. They told you there's a McDonald's post right now on Reddit where they're like, there's nothing we can do. It's like, it was like a front page thing yesterday. What you can do is not fucking eat there. And what they did over the past year or two was they did not listen to you. They screamed at you that you're going to take that increase in price. And when you said no to it, what did they do? The CEO came out and said, well, we're going to revamp the value menu. If you looked at the prior value menu and the new value menu, you got fucked. You didn't get a new value menu with value in it. They literally just rewrote it and fucked you even more and expected you to not go back and look at the old value menu. They do shrinkage, bigger box, smaller fucking burger. They do any and everything rather than eat that fucking profit. So what happens? Other companies come along, and even if they're eating it at a loss, they come in and try to take their market share. Does that make sense? These fucking companies would rather go fucking bankrupt than eat the tariff. They're so fucking lazy. I'm telling you the truth.
Putin says
they don't give a fuck if they go bankrupt. They will be a CEO at another company. I'm going to leave McDonald's, and now I'm the CEO of...
Must be settled with negotiations.
Ooh. That big old down red candle right there. That CEO will leave there and go work for Culver's. They don't care. And you as a consumer need to understand that. Tariffs are not a fucking tax unless you allow them to be. You understand? It is like a tale as old as time. Tale as old as time. And I'm shocked that you repeat it and regurgitate it in your regular life. You're literally walking around saying, I hate McDonald's. And then you repeat and regurgitate their corporate speak in public. Oh, McDonald's because I hate Trump. You know what I mean? It's pure insanity. You can not like Trump, and you can say, fuck McDonald's. You know what I mean? I don't like tariff policy. Do you know what I'm saying? So anyways, my point in this is this. McDonald's can seek out new purveyors. McDonald's can give you a value meal. McDonald's can what? Take a hit to corporate earnings and profits. Whether they choose to or not to doesn't fucking matter to me or you. And it also opens the door to competition for your fucking dollar. So when you hear things like tariffs are a one-time hit or we're watching to see if it's persistent, that's what they mean. There are other factors at play. The more well-off you are, which you think you're not, the zeitgeist, is fucking false. The consumer hard data points towards you being well off. You just have to say fucking no. That's it. It's that simple. It really is that simple. So when you hear things like this, it's bizarre. This is literally corporate peddling. This is when you hear people tell you, fuck the poors and fuck these people on welfare and fuck these people on SNAP and whatever the fuck else they're on. But then you're peddling corporate fucking welfare, basically. Right? I got change, man. I need change for my cup. My buybacks and my bonuses was not enough. Oh, yeah, McDonald's is right. Now, do I think tariffs are bad? Fuck yeah. Do I think they hurt the economy? Sure. Who do they hurt? The consumer? Yeah, but you have a choice. This is not something where you can't get around it, or we won't have change. Or McDonald's might go bankrupt. Like, guess what? Kmart did. Maybe you won't have a Home Depot. Maybe you'll have, I don't know, fucking home garage or something. Some new company. Normal. All of a sudden, your nails are a little bit cheaper. You said, fuck it, I ain't doing it. It's almost like we're moving into socialism. Like some kind of quasi fucking communism. Some fake ass capitalism. It's not quite state sponsored, but I shit you not. Today, I've never seen in my life, ever. I'm getting old. I've never seen.
Meeting in Alaska with Trump showed that he conveys accurately what we discuss. Again, in reference to Trump.
Corporations able to get through to you as the consumer to regurgitate their policy as your own.
So just
never seen it that blatant.
Correctly relays how
only today
to Trump.
And we teach kids nothing about economics today, do we? We teach nothing. High school kids, even college kids, right? Yeah, economics. What's that? It's like they want you dumber. They want me dumber. They want my kids dumber. Just don't buy it. And you wait until they get run out. It's almost like we're always going to have Walmart. We're always going to have Amazon.
Relays opposition to U.S. president.
We might as well just accept it and protect them, even though I'm going to shit talk them everywhere else. I hate them for this and I hate them for that. And I'm going to regurgitate their corporate speak to save them as a company. If they can't survive, they're either going to drop profits or there's going to be a replacement company. What are we going to do? Not wash these companies out for new? That's not capitalism. It's not free market theory in any way, shape, or form. I don't understand it. I don't. I find it absurd. Yeah, it's like corporatism. It's like this, it's this bizarre shit. As bizarre as it comes. A little bit of weakness here early on. Closing some of the downside gaps down here. This is good to see. I'm just waiting now for this 10:30 bullshit. This looks good. I like this. This looking good. I like it. Still stuck in a little bit of a trend here. Looking for a little bit of a breakout moment here. I don't understand it. It's the most bizarre thing I've ever seen. I don't think I've ever seen anything more bizarre. Especially from plebs like you and I, poors. Protect Walmart. Like, how the fuck do you protect Walmart and McDonald's? Why would you ever want to? I don't understand it. Hang tight here, just taking a quick peek. I got to reset this here. Hold on. I don't get it. Looking for a squeeze here. We're almost there. peek up here. All good. Got a nice little cluster building here. Have a back test on an hourly trigger, half-hour trigger, 1 and 5 minute trigger. Looking to blow off some volatility.
Bank of England's Bailey says MPC members viewed domestic factors were more a driver for UK outlook than international factors.
644 is 45 cents. Those are cheap. Those are cheap.
Bank of England's Governor Bailey says we're not seeing inflation pressures from tariffs yet.
I'm talking to the Discord right now. They're like, oh, God.
Bailey adds that tariffs aren't as big as part of UK inflation story as we thought they might be. It's like quasi-communism. That's what it is. It really is. It's like quasi-communism. It's like this really bizarre. There's state-run communism with corporations, which I kind of like. I was thinking recently about I'm thinking recently of, like, of course I'm like going down the rabbit holes on like the 1900s and like the second industrial revolution, and then I'm thinking about, I go through all that crap, read a few books this past winter, and now I'm beyond that now. Now I'm reading books about how does all of this resolve. And what triggered that was the 10% buy in Intel. And so my thought there was, well, let's say we go through this whole thing with China. We go through AI and robotics. Let's say the pain is, we know that there's going to be pain. Just forget what it is. The pain is, what's the end result? And from what I think is that corporations are looking for some kind of, I posted this on Twitter, a Wikipedia article on this. It's some form of like communism, capitalism, and it would be on a world order kind of a stage. The only way that I see like AI, a resolution to AI in the future, there are no preparations for
is similar to nuclear arms, where you'd have all countries using it in tandem. It's the only way I think it would work. If that would be the case, you would probably expect, I know you're thinking to yourself right now, like, well, wait a minute, Cap, we're reining everything in the U.S. Yeah, for a war. And when that war resolves, what would be the end result? My thought here would be it would be multinational oligarchs and corporations running countries. You would probably see China
Putin says that
fall under the U.S.'s realm, or the U.S. follow under China or India or Pakistan or EU or whatever. You would see it like for the shrinking of the U.S. right now. You would see an expansion. and you would see some kind of working in tandem, some kind of fake capitalism, at the end result. So I look all that up, and of course, people are talking about that. When we come on the other end of that, in 80, not 80 years, probably 40 or 50, 30 or 50 years from now, you probably swing into some kind of world order that's like today, but larger, or like 5 years ago or 10 years ago. And you go through these cycles of it, and then you have even a larger expansion of a world economy. That would be the end result, something like that. Or at least that's what's being pushed by, I believe, like the oligarchs and stuff. Those kind of thinkers. Whoop! What's going on there? What was that? Fuck was that right there? Why are we squeezing? What are we doing? We blowing off volatility? Fuck is that right there? Easy, gunpowder. Easy. We don't want to rip their fucking faces off up there. Wrong way, spy. Where are we going, spoos? Fucking wrong way, bro. You might want to take some off at 10:30. What the fuck you doing up there, spoos? Oh God, so terrible. We have a cross coming up on a 1 in 5 minute trigger here. You know we love coming back and touching these, right? Love it. See that price action right there? Remember that price action. Every time we get across 1 in 5 minute trigger, it's like clockwork. Just making sure that's the way up, right? Yes. 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 Where it's the way is higher, bro. Whew. Hang tight here. I'm going to just take a peek here. Fuck is going on here? Hang tight here. Okay, yeah, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Get this right here. Remember that we've got one more volatile event here. We're coming into Epstein crap at 10:30. Let's see if I can put this. See if I can get this. Hold on here. Yeah, I don't understand it. I don't understand the regurgitating that stuff. I was on our inflation this morning, and I've been paying attention to that subreddit recently. And I'm in there, and I'm like, they used to be kind of reasonable. They had a pretty scientific way of looking at inflation, and our inflation has been run over by astroturfing politics, and it's frustrating because you have a large audience, you have a large readership. Their posts go to the front page of Reddit. This fucking company is owned by China. I was on Reddit the other day too, and I saw a front page post by NBC in our picks, and I was shocked. I was like, this is supposed to be user generated pictures. You know, like Mary on Main Street finds a picture from NBC, posts it, and it gets traction, right? Naturally. Instead, this was a post by NBC from one of their photographers, and it was front page. And everybody's commenting, "Oh, it's a fucking great photo." And I'm like, how did that picture get to the front page of Reddit? Who bought the likes? If I was NBC, I'd have a fucking Discord full of people pumping my shit all across Reddit. That's real. And I'm in our inflation, and I'm like, who the fuck is in here writing this garbage? Like, none of this is science. It's just like, I hate Trump, so this is what's going on. And I'm like, you are the poison in reality. You are the fucking poison. I'm a liberal. I'm a goddamn Democrat, and I still disagree with, this like fucking astroturfing and misinformation for you as a, productive member of society, so you can have reality. You know what I mean? It's so bizarre. I was in like our inflation this morning, some guy's in there, and I'm looking at controversial comments, and this guy's like, you're talking out of your ass. Science does not agree with anything you're saying this morning. And this other guy responded to him and said, like, get out of here, old man. You're in the wrong place. And so I jumped in and I was like, why don't you fucking leave? I'm like, why don't you get the fuck out of here? You're poisoning the reality of inflation and how it starts, how it begets, everything about what inflation is. You're literally like lying to people.
Bank of England's Bailey says market inflation expectations
It's bizarre.
are anchored around a level consistent with the inflation target.
Going back up again. Take all their stops. Take them all. 10:32. We'll see if there's anything on this Epstein shit. This is okay, so it hasn't begun yet. Oh, it has.
Of the full Epstein files. There is something that is rotten in Washington.
We'll leave it on quietly in the background here.
Been released. We are demanding today on the discharge petition that all of the files be released.
That'll never happen.
We have 212 Democrats and we have 4 Republicans. We have 212 Democrats and we have 4 Republicans, courageous Republicans like Thomas Massey, Nancy Mace, who was so emotional yesterday after talking to the survivors, Congresswoman Boebert and Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene. We need just 2 more signatures to force the release. So we gather here on the steps of the Capitol to confront these corrupt forces. Today we stand with survivors. We stand against big money. We stand to protect America's children. That is really what this is about. I now want to bring up my Republican colleague, Thomas Massey. He has shown so much courage, so much leadership. And I saw some people, I say the same thing about Marjorie Taylor Greene. She has shown so much courage on this issue. I saw some people when I was coming here calling her names. We've got to stop that. We've got to stop the partisanship on this issue. This is an issue where they both have shown real courage and leadership, and I appreciate them joining us today. Congressman Massey.
I want to thank my colleague Ro Khanna for co-leading this effort to bring transparency and justice for these victims. I hope my colleagues are watching this press conference. I want them to think, what if this was your sister? What if this was your daughter? When these survivors speak, the Washington establishment is asking the American public to believe something that is not believable. They're asking you to believe
Nothing said. They would have already said it.
created hundreds of victims and they acted alone, and that the DOJ has no idea of who else might have been involved, that nobody else did anything that rose to a criminal enterprise. The American people know that's not true. Now, the Speaker of the House just offered a fig leaf to my colleagues. They're going to vote on a non-binding resolution today that does absolutely nothing. I appreciate the efforts of my colleague James Comer, who's leading the Oversight Committee. They may find some information, but they're allowing the DOJ to curate all of the information that the DOJ is giving them. If you've looked at the pages they've released so far, they're heavily redacted. Some pages are entirely redacted. And 97% of this is already in the public domain. So I'm calling on my colleagues, be one of the next two who sponsors this discharge petition. I think it's shameful that this has been called a hoax. Hopefully today we can clear that up. This is not a hoax. This is real. There are real survivors. There are real victims to this criminal enterprise. And the perpetrators are being protected because they're rich and powerful and political donors to the establishment here in Washington, D.C. So today we're standing with these survivors and we're giving them a voice, and I want to close by thanking them. They are brave. I hope they encourage other survivors to
Watch out for a flush.
and to tell their stories, not just of Jeffrey Epstein and Maxwell, but anywhere in the country. This is a message that we are sending. This is a
644.93.
Are there people who are outside of the reach of the law? I don't think there should be. So hopefully today we'll get 2 more signatures on the discharge petition. That's all we need. And with that, I want to introduce the bravest woman in Congress, Marjorie Taylor Greene. I find it interesting that the 3 Republican co-sponsors are women. These are women standing up for women. And Marjorie was the first to do it. And I think she deserves all of our gratitude for breaking that barrier and leading the way for the other Republicans. Hopefully they can find their spines as well. And with that, I give you Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Yes. Good morning. This is my 5th year in Congress, and this is the largest press conference that I've seen since I've been here. And this is because this is an issue that matters so much to Americans. This is an issue that doesn't have political boundaries. It's an issue that Republicans and Democrats should never fight about. As a matter of fact, it's such an important issue that it should bring us all together.
Just a note here that we are defending trend.
Take place among my colleagues and even the administration. I think this is something that was worth fighting for. You see, the women behind me are going to tell you stories that you've never heard before. These are unimaginable horrors that they've lived with for their entire lives since they were very, very young. But these are also similar stories that many children, teenagers, women, and even men are enduring nightmares right now as we speak. You see, these women have been fighting since the 1990s. I heard one woman tell us yesterday since 1996. And they have carried with them shame. But I want to tell you something. The shame does not fall on these brave, courageous women. The shame falls on every single person that coldly turned a blind eye to their abuse. The shame falls on every single person that enabled it. The shame falls on every single person that took money to continue it. And the shame falls on the people in power over the past several decades that protected the monster, Jeffrey Epstein, and his cabal that continued a nightmare. Those people deserve the shame. And today,
So just seeing a
we are
post on
coming
X just a
forward,
little
we are
while
going
ago
to
from
fight
Energy
like hell
Intel
for these
Deputy
women,
Bureau
because
Chief
we have
Backer
to fight
says
like
there's a lot
hell
of speculation
for those
around
that
what
are
OPEC might or
enduring
might not do
sexual
ahead of the
abuse
meeting
and are
on the
living
7th.
in a prison
Their
of
advice is
shame.
to block out the noise.
Anyone that
Backer
is
says
being
that so far
abused,
there have
it
been
is
no
not
talks among
your
delegation
fault.
on
You
policy
should live
concerning
with
the
no
upcoming
guilt or
OPEC Plus
fear or
meeting.
shame.
So keep in mind, earlier this
All
morning, we
of
saw OPEC Plus sources saying that to consider another oil production hike at the Sunday meeting. Again, Energy Intel Bureau Chief Backer just saying to block out the noise and saying there's been no talks among the delegation on policy.
the fault, Israel and other countries. The truth needs to come out, and the government holds the truth. The cases that are sealed hold the truth. Jeffrey Epstein's estate holds the truth.
Squeezing higher now.
And the CIA holds the truth. And the truth we are demanding come out on behalf of these women, but also as a strong message to every innocent child, teenager, woman, and man that is being held captive in abuse. This should never happen in America, and it should never be a political issue that divides us. And I want to thank Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie for doing something brave, crossing political boundaries for a very important fight. And I'm honored to join both of them. And I'm honored that Nancy Mace and Lauren Boebert signed the discharge petition along with myself. And I asked my Republican colleagues not to choose just one path for justice and transparency and accountability, but I asked my Republican colleagues to choose every path for justice and accountability and transparency. And with that, I'd like to bring back Congressman Ro Khanna to start this important press conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Congresswoman Green, for your courage and for being here, and thank you again to Congressman Massey for co-leading it. I now would like to introduce two people who have been fighting this for decades. They haven't had their voice heard. The victims haven't been heard. They haven't just been on this in the last few months. They've been doing this in the wilderness for years, and they are really models of courage. Bradley Edwards and...
Yeah, this is all like dog and pony show shit.
Thank you for being...
If they had anything, they would have hammered it right on the start. They wouldn't have saved it. Immediately, they would have gotten the nation's attention on camera. So that I don't think they're going to drop any bombs here.
You putting forth
They would have done it immediately. They would have gotten an immediate reaction from the press.
Trump plans to block a wind farm off the coast of Massachusetts.
This is an issue. Sex trafficking and sexual abuse transcends politics. We as Americans expect equal protection under the law.
Oh yeah, baby, get up there. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Than any of the victims that he abused for years. In 2008, Courtney Wild walked into my office because she was a part of a federal investigation into Jeffrey Epstein, where all she wanted was the government to talk to her. Little did she know the government had worked out a secret immunity deal for Jeffrey Epstein, and we had to file Jane Doe's versus United States of America to prove that Jeffrey Epstein worked out an illegal non-prosecution agreement with the government. That was 2008. It took us 10 years battling the government pro bono for the judge to ultimately determine that the victims' rights were violated. The government has mistreated them after Jeffrey Epstein mistreated them. We then filed civil lawsuits against Ghislaine Maxwell, which has resulted in her being in prison. Our civil lawsuits led to her prosecution. We filed lawsuits against Jeffrey Epstein, against his estate, and against two financial institutions, JP Morgan and Deutsche Bank, that proved that they knowingly provided the financial infrastructure for a sex trafficking operation. Unfortunately, all of the documents and evidence that we have worked so hard to gather hide behind protective orders, confidentiality agreements, and bank secrecy laws That is why this discharge petition is so important. While we have seen the documents, you haven't. And when you see the documents, you're going to be appalled. And the American people deserve to see everything. When you sign this discharge petition, it should mean nothing is off limits. That means the documents in the possession of the CIA should be made available. Those in the possession of the FBI going back decades should be made available. The SEC, financial records in the possession of FinCEN should be made available. Everybody knows that evil flourishes in the darkness. Corruption flourishes in secrecy. It is time right now to make a difference for the women that are behind me right now. They have been courageous and fought through this whole thing. Whether you're a Republican or you're a Democrat, this one is an easy call. You're an American who cares about equal rights and equal protection under the law. If you care about these women, if you care about our country, and you care about this issue, this should pass with flying colors. I really appreciate everybody being here.
Hi, good morning. My name is Brittany Henderson, and I think in addition to thanking the wonderful congressmen and women who are here today, we need to thank the women, and not just the women who are going to speak, but the other women who are standing behind them, along with other lawyers, Sigrid McCauley, and people who have been fighting for a very, very long time for the world to give this kind of attention to an issue that it should have had forever. This administration has the opportunity to do what the past administrations did not do. This administration can either stand with the victims and stand for the victims, or it can continue to hurt the victims like has happened in the past. We aren't here just to ask for transparency, though. We're here too to ask for protection. The women here represent hundreds of other women who we have spoken to, many of whom were trafficked from other countries, from Eastern European countries where women don't have the rights that we have here. Women don't have the protections that we have here. And those women are terrified that their names will be released in these files. The government won't know that they're victims to redact and protect them. So we ask that you please, whoever is going to be in charge of redacting these files and in charge of this transparency, do it in a way that protects the women brave enough to be here, but also protects the women who are terrified that every day when they turn the TV on, something bad is going to happen to them in Ukraine, in Russia, in whatever country they live in, because no one is listening to them there. So thank you for being here, thank you for listening, and please protect these women while we seek transparency.
Good morning. My name is Anushka DeGiorgio, and I stand before you today as a survivor of both Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. I want to thank Congressman Massey and Kana for their role in putting together this very, very important bill. Every day of this journey toward healing has come at a profound cost to my mental
According to
health.
Politico, Trump's
But I am
warning on
here.
digital rules aimed
I
at
chose
South
to come
Korea.
because this bill really matters. I speak today not only in service of my own recovery from trauma inflicted by Maxwell and Epstein, but to honor the lives, the courage and sacrifices of Virginia Giuffre, Caroline Andriano, and others who could not continue. Their voices mattered. Their stories must not be forgotten. Accountability is what makes a society civilized. Equal opportunity and equal
So a bit more into this article from
consequence
Politico.
for all.
A threat
Consequences are
from
not about
President Donald
punishment
Trump to
alone.
impose
They
substantial
exist
tariffs
to
on
deter
countries that
future
regulate
harm, to
US tech
protect
companies is
vulnerable,
riling up in Europe.
and
The
to set
continent's digital
standard of
regulations
justice.
were not Trump's primary target.
If Ghislaine Maxwell were
Trump's
pardoned,
August 25 post
it would
pressing to
undermine
penalise
all
all
the
countries with
sacrifices
digital
I made
taxes,
to testify
legislation,
and
rules
make
or
mockery
regulations
of
did
mine
not
and
specify
all
any
survivors'
territory by
suffering.
name. However, 4 people familiar with the White
That is
House's
why the
conversation
Epstein
on
Files
digital trade
Transparency
policy
Act is so
says it was
essential.
largely a response to several pieces
requires
of
the
tech-focused
Department of Justice
legislation
release
under
all the
consideration in
records
South
related
Korea's
to
parliament.
Epstein and
The
Maxwell
people were
investigations,
granted
flight logs,
anonymity
immunity
to
deals,
discuss ongoing
internal
negotiations.
communications, and even the records surrounding Epstein's detention and death. And crucially, it forbids withholding documents simply because of embarrassment, reputational harm, or political sensitivity. This is about ending secrecy wherever abuse of power takes root. But transparency alone is not enough. Survivors need protection, resources, and legal support. If this Congress is serious about justice, then let this moment also affirm your commitment to provide victims with the legal aid they need to confront abusers, to navigate complex systems, and to reclaim their power. Transparency must be matched by support, or else too many victims will remain silent out of fear and lack of access. The statistics demand action. Nearly 1 in 5 women in America will experience rape or attempted rape in her lifetime. Every 74 seconds, someone is sexually assaulted. Every 9 minutes, that person is a child. These are not numbers, they are people. They are your daughters, your sons, your constituents, your friends.
This is SPX Gamma right here.
5 of your families will face this nightmare. The days of sweeping this under.
Trying to show you this right here.
We, the survivors.
On an intraday basis.
I want to help.
There's gamma and call buying to trade this right here.
Congress to join me in that effort.
Just that, that's it.
Not only by passing.
Now there's some OTM calls on SPX
forward,
that could be used to drive price higher, but not necessarily print. But there may be one more pump up is my point here. So just in here, like you got this first pump right here. If we can hold this, there might be one more. No, might be one more upside. I posted for you in the Discord the 1-date gamma and the 2-date call volume and put volume for both sides. Now, if we do lose this at some point, dealers come in, don't want to print that upper OTM stuff. Support is right in here.
I have to use my voice.
So if there's something like this action right here,
I fear and shame.
if we do break above and get some renewed call buying, we'll jump on that train.
Hiding a wound.
But so far, just be looking towards like this bump, a hold, and maybe one more run higher.
Of lasting change in how we confront exploitation.
So it looks something like this.
And to be clear, the only motive for opposing this bill would be to conceal wrongdoing. You have a choice. Stand with the truth.
Pump, hold, and then a fade possibly. Just like that. Now, if you get the, hey, we're going to start ramping calls,
and I'm no longer
we can trade this next. We can trade this next one after, but keep this kind of like here, you know? Do it tactfully.
Top of the hour. Trump due to be greeting the Polish president before.
What you don't want to do is
that's 20 past the hour.
Because we need it now.
Get flushed down here.
Thank you.
And then we come back up.
Hello. My name is Anna.
Watch this one closely.
I was 16 years old when I was flown to New Mexico to spend a weekend with Epstein and Maxwell. That same year, 1996, my sister, Maria Farmer, reported what happened to me there, along with reporting her own assault at their hands and their theft.
We are at R2 on SPX.
Of me and our younger sister that she had taken for her work as a figurative painter. I am now 46 years old. 30 years later, we still do not know why that report wasn't properly investigated, or why Epstein and his associates were allowed to harm hundreds, if not thousands, of other girls and young women. We have never been told whether those images were found when they discovered a large amount of child sexual abuse material on his property. As a psychologist, I understand that when the systems meant to protect us recreate the abuse cycle, the betrayal that occurs can be just as damaging as the original trauma. This happens when survivors of these crimes are not believed, when our well-being is not weighed as heavily as those who have more resources or more privilege, and when perpetrators of these crimes are given a platform rather than the survivors of them. For so many years, it felt like Epstein's criminal behavior was an open secret. Not only did many others participate in the abuse, it is clear that many.
We have posted out the video where Trump will be greeting Poland's president, and probably will be also the same video for when he has his bilateral meeting and then his lunch.
I'm going to shift over to this video here in just a moment once it turns on.
by this man and his associates.
Right now, there's nothing, but if I see anything where we shift to Trump, we will.
Being here today and this chorus of support that we have all received. I have been sent so many notes and messages.
I don't see any names being dropped right now. That's good.
Who've expressed
I'm going to assume here that attorneys are going to say save the you don't know if they're going to do that, of course, but save it for court, right? You can be sued, of course.
Focus on austerity.
And Trump is very sue happy on this stuff.
We're expected to have Trump greet Poland's president.
And from all of the support that we've received, is very clear to me that we are not going away, and we are not going to be quiet, and we are not going to give up. And I ask the American public to stand with us and not give up. At a time with record high levels of distrust in our institutions.
I want to check Velo really quick on a 30-minute basis on a 30-minute Velo on a 1-hour time frame.
Transparency bill is one important step.
Let's take a peek and see if we've run out of gas yet or not.
That the government
checking across SPY, ES, and SPX.
Public review of this information.
I care mostly during the daytime U.S. New York cash market about SPX.
That have occurred in this case.
At nighttime, I care about Globex, ES.
An important step.
And to a lesser extent, SPY. We'll check this really quick.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to say thank you, everyone, for being here today on this very powerful.
Coming into this inflection point where sellers are here. I want you to know that.
My name
now, SPX 30-minute velocity looks great. If we weren't in a bear-like season, I would say we're going to rip faces off here and like explode to the upside.
On 9 East 71 Street in New York City when we were just kids.
Make sure you don't get caught in a downside quick trap of some kind. ES already looking pretty bullish.
I never thought that I would find myself.
ES already showing the way higher.
The only reason that I am here is
SPY and SPX.
Sustaining government spending at the moment is not sustainable.
As an immigrant from Brazil,
not quite there yet.
Knowing that the little girl struggling to get by at 14 and 15 years old finally has a voice.
I'm open to both outcomes here, where there's like a sweep and then monster squeeze.
When I met Jeffrey.
Or we just start fucking squeezing here.
I was working 3 jobs.
Now, be aware that there are sellers here. That they're like, I want you to know that like right around
$100 to give.
644.56.
A dream job to the worst nightmare.
I'm gonna draw this in yellow. 644.56 right in here.
That I needed to be at the house so often that I'll
make this a dotted line.
Before 9th grade, and I never went back. From 14 to 17 years old
to 645.
Instead of receiving
645.54.
Every day I hoped that he would offer me a real job as one of his assistants or something important.
644.56.
I would finally have made it big, as like we say, the American dream.
Right here.
That day never came. I had no way.
In 645.54.
Until he finally told me that I was too old. There are many pieces of my story that I can't remember, no matter how hard I try. The constant state of wonder causes me so much fear and so much confusion. My therapist says that my brain is just trying to protect itself, but it's so hard to begin to heal knowing that there are people out there who know more about my abuse than I do. The worst part is that the government is still in possession right now of the documents and information.
Here, we'll move this over so that it doesn't obscure price action here.
Over all of this, maybe, and help me heal. They have documents with my name on them that were confiscated from Jeffrey Epstein's house.
And surely expecting Trump.
644.93.
Together. But I don't have any.
Carney says he last spoke to Trump on Monday.
Is true for many of these women.
That's kind of wrong right there.
We are here to support this bill today.
And lower this here. This should be here.
But for the American people.
Sorry, I'm having a hard time here.
But
matching SPX and
If the government is going to release these documents to the public,
Carney
describing
says
the
the
crime
discussion with Trump was
committed by
lengthy,
Jeffrey
but
Epstein and
it is
others,
good.
the least that they can
It was
do is
good.
give me my documents that they have about.
We are coming into the half hour here. Sometimes we'll experience. We just need this one little tick right here. We actually kind of got it right here, but I'd like to see
According to sources, Russia
see like one more bump up and then a roll and then higher here until 11:30.
September versus
with
August
unredacted
to around
information.
1.9 million
I
barrels
will
per
never
day,
forget
according
when
to
the
sources.
FBI agent showed up in my door in 2008.
Leave it just like that there.
Epstein hired a lawyer to represent me, or more like to represent him, I like to say. I couldn't ask any questions, and I had no idea what was going on. I was terrified. Until today, I think most of us are still terrified. I thought somebody was
Very probable for move higher,
something was going to happen to
move
me.
higher, and then rejection to the downside. Just be aware of it.
Even maybe thinking something would happen in Brazil with my family. And then one day, the lawyer said that everything was just going to
Just
go away.
to note for
Like
your
nothing
calendars,
happened.
Fed hold October
I didn't
21st
need to
Payments and
testify.
Innovation Conference,
When I asked
and
them
then
why,
it will discuss
they gave me no
stablecoins,
explanation.
AI, and tokenization.
That was it. So why? Why was I never called to testify then? We could have saved so many women. We could have saved so many lives from being abused. Why did he get away with it in 2008? Why was he able to go on in the abuse with hundreds of girls after the Florida investigation? Why didn't they let me testify to help stop him? Our government could have saved so many women, but Jeffrey Epstein was too important and those women didn't matter. Why? Well, we matter now. We are here today and we are speaking and we are not going to stop speaking. Today, I stand here with the women who have really helped me to find the strength to come out and come forward to share my story for the very first time. Together, we are stronger than ever. While she may not be with us, Virginia Roberts, we will continue to use our voices to strengthen yours always. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Courtney Wild. I just wanted to take a second and just have a moment of silence for all the women survivors that aren't here with us today, that passed away due to anxiety, depression, trying to keep up with this case. A moment of silence, please. Thank you. My name is Courtney Wild. I was only 14 years old when I was introduced to Jeffrey Epstein by a 13-year-old friend of mine. The details of the abuse that he inflicted on me for years is not important today. In 2028, I was cooperating with the federal government in the investigation of Jeffrey Epstein. They sent me a letter telling me to be patient because this was going to be a lengthy investigation, but at the same time, they refused to talk to me and tell me what was going on. So I hired an attorney, Brad Edwards, because I was hopeful to get some answers. When I walked into his office at 19 years old, Brad sued the government for refusing to tell me what was going on under the Crime Victims' Rights Act. The only reason anyone ever found out that the government had already given Jeffrey Epstein immunity through the non-prosecution agreement was because our lawsuit forced the government to tell us. Otherwise, nobody would even know that today. Sometimes it's hard to believe that I had to sue the United States just to learn that my abuser was given immunity. I started as Jane Doe, but I decided I was proud enough to take on our country, and I was on the right side of history. We fought the government for 10 years to prove that the government violated our rights as crime victims and the crime victims' rights in order to protect a pedophile. We had to win the 11th Circuit Court Appeals to force the government to turn over thousands of pages of emails between Jeffrey Epstein and the government. Those emails provided the proof that the government worked very hard with Jeffrey Epstein to violate our rights. Why? Why did the government work so hard to protect Jeffrey and not so hard to protect me and my other innocent friends? Why was Jeffrey so important to the government, and why was I so insignificant? Why did nobody but our lawyers care before now? It seems people have only started to care because of Twitter and politics. But I would like to say this has nothing to do with politics. This is not a blue thing or a red thing. This is an everyone thing. We can all agree on this. The injustice that has happened here, multiple, over and over. Everybody that talks about this just seems to make it worse. We need transparency. It's time for us to see beyond the curtain. Why was Jeffrey Epstein so protected? Who is still being protected? And who protected them all, so the world can understand how Jeffrey was able to abuse so many of us for so long. I was lucky to have Brad Edwards, Brittany Henderson, and Paul Cassell take on my case pro bono and fight fearlessly over 20 years' time. I would like to thank them, and I'd also like to ask the Trump administration to please sign off on the Crime Victims' Rights Reformed Act, the Courtney Wild Crime Victims' Rights Reformed Act that's we're trying to get passed here, so we can close the loopholes in the CVRA case that Epstein's attorney used to their benefit to get away with this. Thank you so much.
Tight air.
Good morning. First and foremost, we want to extend our deepest gratitude to Brad and Brittany Edwards, Congressman Massey and Kana, and above all, the brave survivors who have entrusted us with the privilege of speaking today on behalf of Virginia. Robert Giuffre, as her family. We are here today because we support H.Res.581, the Epstein Files Transparency Act, in its entirety.
Bank of England's Governor Bailey says
this booze squeezing right now.
Open decision.
It's not just about the bill. This is about justice. This is about survivors. This is about
trying to break above R2 right now on SPX 645260.
The freedom to live their life.
Also R2 on SPY.
That have been inflicted upon them by those who thought they were untouchable. The same freedom that these monsters took from these survivors, they should never be afforded. They should never be allowed to continue their lives with impunity. Let's be clear. This is not a political issue. This is not about...
Give me 1 second here, guys. Be right back.
This is about humanity. This is about doing what's right. And this is about ensuring that the future we leave behind isn't one where the powerful can
Bailey
hide
says
behind
there
their
is
wealth,
no pot of gold
their
for public
influence, and their
finances
money to
if the
evade
Bank of
justice.
England teaches a different
Our
approach to
plea
QT.
you, whether you're a dad, a mom, a brother,
But I do not think
or a
QT is a
sister,
cause of
look
increase
your
in
young
bond
ones
yields.
in the face. Look them in the eye. and
QT
tell
pace
them you
remains
stand
on
against the
an
very
open decision.
people who raped, molested, and preyed upon children and young women. Tell them you were
Bailey
willing
says
to
our
negotiate
open
a
decision
deal.
will take into account interaction with the
Money should
markets.
never
Once
be
again on QT.
what makes something right or wrong. If you vote no, your stance will be clear. You will be choosing to stand on the side of the rich and powerful, allowing money to buy your way out of the consequence. But here's my one ask. Look these survivors in the eye and tell them why. Then, look the people of the United States in the eye and tell them why. And then, when you're alone, look yourself in the mirror and ask yourself why. Virginia said it best, and I quote, "I have physical and mental scars that will never heal. I have memories that will never go away. They say time can heal, but this won't. Not until the justice system makes an example out of these people with so-called privileges. I just call it money. The only time I can begin to heal is when their freedom is taken from them, just like they did to me. And
AMD executive says that we have more than 40 active engagements
survivors of
with
this
different
horrific
nations for
abuse are
sovereign
watching.
AI.
The
That's
American
at
people
the
are
City
watching,
Global TMT
and
conference,
history is watching. Which side will
adding
you
that
be
they're
on?
working with the US government
Thank you.
closely to ensure that they're in compliance.
Hello, my name is Jenna-Lisa Jones, and I was only 14 years old when my friend brought me over to Jeffrey Epstein's house in Palm Beach in 2003. I had a terrible home life, but I was such an innocent kid then. I always did my best in school, and I had such a positive outlook on life. Until that day that I met Jeffrey, I have never been more scared in my life than I was that first time that he hurt me. I remember crying the entire way home, thinking about how I couldn't ever tell anyone about what actually happened in that house. This guy was so rich and had so many pictures with so many famous people, and no one would have ever believed me if I told them. I want to thank Congressman Rowe and Congressman Thomas Massey for having me here today. It was really hard for me to find my voice and to become strong enough to speak about my abuse. I didn't come forward until 2019, and even then it was like I was afraid of a ghost. I know that I was just a little kid, but sometimes I still feel like it is my fault that this happened. Being given the opportunity to speak at the United States Capitol building about something that is so important, not just to me and the women before you, but to the entire country. Together, we can finally make a change. And that is thanks to the people like these two congressmen and their teams who actually care about the victims. If you are a member of Congress and you are listening to all of us speak here today, please really listen
AMD
to us.
executive says if we can get a
Please
license
vote
for our
this
next
bill to be
generation
passed.
chip, we
Please
will
recognize
definitely
how
think
important
we will
it
think
is
about
for
putting some work
transparency
into the
relating
investment
to
side.
Jeffrey Epstein. Whether you are a Democrat or a Republican, this does not matter. This is not about sides. You are an American, and you are a person who has chosen to serve in an elected position to stand up for those you represent who cannot always stand up for themselves. We are those people. We are the American.
Hang tighter. I'm looking to see. Looks like she was cut off here.
Not always stand up for
Still not
themselves.
seeing anything from Trump.
We are those people. We are the American. That you promised to
20-year-old male if I wanted to give an old rich guy a massage. But what high school girl would not want to do that? That day changed my life. But what high school girl would not want to do that? That day changed my life forever. And when I got into the massage room, Jeffrey Epstein undressed and asked me to do things to him. My eyes welled up with tears, and I have never been more scared in my life. When it was over, he paid me $200 and requested in exchange that I bring a girl each time to make another $200. I told him I did not want to do that, and then he gave me an ultimatum. Either you come here and massage me when I call you, or you bring me friends of yours to massage, and I will give you $200 per girl for each time she comes. I felt and hoped to never hear from him again, but he called me every day. He was so wealthy and powerful, and he would not let me go. I felt I had no choice. If I disobeyed him, I knew something bad would happen. So knowing I did not want to be sexually abused, I started to bring him other girls from my high school, and he paid me $200 for bringing them. I just hoped each time it would be the last time. One day, the stepmom of one of the girls brought him and called the police on Jeffrey Epstein. The police then called me in for questioning. I had told them the truth despite the fact that I was a teenager and a minor, and I was able to tell the police the names of all the other victims. The police treated me like a criminal. I had by this time had turned 18. I had been with Jeffrey since I was 16 and for 2 years. So they had told me I distributed to the, so they told me I was going to be arrested. My name was then distributed to the press as a co-conspirator of my abuser, who I detested. My entire world was crashing in around me, and I started being threatened and bullied, till this day still receiving death threats. I was singled out and for many years had to suffer a smear campaign of lies about me because of the way that I was portrayed by the press. The press made me out to be a predator when I was just a 16-year-old little girl who was sexually abused by a powerful man and an evil man. For years, I had no friends. My boyfriend was murdered, and there was nowhere to turn. The government, after investigating more, learned that I was true a victim, but the damage was done and it was too late. There was no way to undo the harm the press had caused me. In 2019, I met Brad Edwards and Brittany Henderson. They changed my life and they believed in me and have helped me to finally heal. Healing is a process, and I may never get there. But the passage of this bill requiring the government to produce all the evidence that it has gathered on Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell is a huge component of healing for me and for the many other women who have suffered for so long. For many reasons. First, we and the rest of the world need answers. Why was he so protected? And why didn't anyone ever care to stop him? It doesn't take a brain surgeon to know that if he is spending thousands of dollars a day paying high school girls he abuses and had a lot of access to cash. I learned through my attorneys in the JP Morgan class action case that there were years when his staff withdrew over $1 million in cash a year. Was that not a big enough red flag? There were wire transfers to other victims, and the government did not protect us. The banks did not protect us. So lift the curtain on these files and be transparent. Every single time a new conspiracy gets
Just a heads up,
circulated in the media,
probably about a couple of
whether
minutes
he is still
until
alive,
Poland's
what powerful
president
person
arrives at the White
had
House.
him murdered,
So it's
who was
reported
on
saying
the
he's
Epstein
left the
client
Blair House on the way
and
to the
there are
White
names
House.
going around on TikTok and Instagram. We, the survivors, are suffering severely. We take our kids to school and everyone is talking about it. We can't read the news or do anything without hearing crazy stories that are only able to live on because the government continues to hide the evidence and the truth. So people just make up stories. Those stories hurt. They hurt real people who have already been hurt. And we have lost so many Epstein victims to suicide, and maintaining the real truth in secrecy only allows for conspiracy theorists to tell lies that drives up our anxiety and fears and will continue to lead to more pain, more suffering, and honestly, more deaths of innocent victims. It's time you do is right by us.
Just take a peek here. Hold on.
Documents. We are requesting transparency, and I am requesting every congressman and woman that goes against this bill be outed. I want to know. Thank you.
There ain't nothing holding us up here. Show you this here. You can see it.
My name is Lisa Phillips, and I'm the host of a award-nominated podcast called
There ain't nothing here stopping a flush.
Supporting Survivors.
We're way down here.
I want to thank all of my survivor sisters who came before me today. I'll be very short.
On here.
In the year 2000, I was taken to Jeffrey Epstein's island while on a photo shoot on a nearby island. Who I saw and what I experienced there was a glimpse into a very dark and disturbing world.
I'll leave this just like this in case we lose this.
I tried to avoid Jeffrey, but he had introduced me to Katie Ford, the owner of the Ford Modeling Agency. Epstein's reach went to the very top of fashion, arts, and entertainment. This did not just happen to underage girls in Florida. In New York City, hundreds of young, ambitious women were abused by him. Epstein was not just a serial predator, he was an international human trafficker. And many around him knew, many participated, and many profited. And yet, he was protected. So I stand here today for every woman who has been silenced, exploited, and dismissed.
We are not asking for pity. We are here demanding accountability, and I'm demanding justice.
We're either going to squeeze here or roll pretty hard, so be careful here.
Or will you finally?
Military planes fly over White House? What is that all about?
I would like to announce it today.
I'm watching this White House thing. There's still nothing going on. They're just doing like bullshit right now.
We know the names. Many of us were abused by them. Now, together as survivors, we will confidentially compile the names we all know who were regularly in the Epstein world. And it will be done by survivors and for survivors. No one else is involved. Stay tuned for more details.
I hope I don't get left behind here. I'm like,
Hello, my name is Shantae Davies, and I'm here before you today as a survivor.
I'm hoping for the downside move to buy, but I might get left behind. I'm not in any trade right now. I'm looking to get into a trade here.
And a government that for far too long refused to help.
So they either leave me behind, we rip faces off, or we come down to where I want to get them way down there.
I was already beginning to make a name for myself in the industry.
Might be a nice little straddle in here, but
What I thought was a friend invited me
I have to look at the chain here.
advance my career. That woman happened to be Ghislaine Maxwell. I was asked to give her a massage.
There ain't nothing holding us up here. This is the, like, see that red bar right there? That's it. That's the market.
Introductions to someone enormously powerful, someone who could change the course of my life, and that man was Jeff.
We'll find out at 12 o'clock if we get buyers or sellers in here. Just a note, watch this closely here, because this here, see this high right here? This is at 11 a.m.
The abuse.
We're coming into 11:30 right now.
He manipulated.
We make this nice new low down here. We'll head down into 12 o'clock.
I had no one to turn to.
They still have time. Buyers still have a little bit of time here, so
Just one of the many young women trapped in his orbit. I was even.
you got to give the buyers the chance here. I'll make this a little bit bigger so we can see what happens.
In those moments, I realized how
If
powerful.
they can't hold this 5-minute trigger, though,
Who would protect me?
we should give away a bunch. There's a big gap down here. We could take all that out down there, so
Epstein surrounded himself. I'm sorry. With
let's watch this closely here.
our country and the world. He abused not only me, but countless others, and everyone seemed to look away. The truth is, Epstein
We can take trade to the downside over here if you want.
had friends, including
Not quite there yet, but
Donald Trump.
right down there.
It was his biggest brag, actually.
We're not there to take the trade yet. Don't take it yet.
What I endured will
Be very careful of the buyers. This could just be dealers trying to burn the chain before going up too, so it's all just be dealers trying to fuck the chain up before we do squeeze.
It shapes the way we see everyone around.
Be really careful here.
But one thing is certain, unless
We'll do is we'll look for
Epstein will rise again.
a nice little plunge down here,
Government files that hold the truth about Epstein,
right there.
who he knew, who owed him, who protected him, and why he was allowed to operate for so long without consequence. Why was Maxwell the only one held accountable when so many others played a role? Why does the government hide this information from the public? This secrecy is not protection, it's complicity. And as long as the truth is buried, justice will remain out of reach. That is why this bill matters. Passing it will, bless you, ensure that the suffering of survivors is not in vain. Passing it will bring accountability, transparency, and prevention. It will help protect the next generation of predators
Come on, give me a dip by, baby.
through wealth, influence, and connections. This is not just my story. It is about every survivor who carries invisible scars. It's about the weight we live with daily. It is about the families broken and the futures stolen. So I ask you, President Trump and members of Congress, why do we continue to cover up sexual abuse and assault? Who are we covering for? Let the public know the truth. We cannot heal without justice. We cannot protect the future if we refuse to confront the past. Thank you.
Let's just give a round of applause for all the courage and strength that the survivors have shown. We now will take a few questions. You can always get Congressman Massey, me, or Congresswoman Green in the hallways and other places. If you have questions for us, that's fine. But I wanted to see first if you have questions for the lawyers and the survivors, and Brad will facilitate any of the questions to the survivors. Yes.
A nice new low here. Bulls look losing right now. This is good. They still have time. You got to be careful of them still. Wait until 11:30. Do not count them out.
Oh, I'll answer that. Mr. President Donald J. Trump, I am a registered Republican, not that that matters because this is not political. However, I cordially invite you to the Capitol to meet me in person so you can understand this is not a hoax. We are real human beings. This is real trauma.
What does it feel like?
Velo's turning up on a 30-minute basis, so just be careful of all this action here. This can easily turn to the upside.
I know what that feels like, but
I want to see like this nice little close below here.
with the depression,
This is good. See these buyers right here? These buyers were taken out
and ironically is shot,
right there.
feels like you just want to explode.
Hopefully we can sweep the lows down here and maybe even lower.
Situation. These women are real. We're here in person.
These buyers are gone. You can see them.
Please humanize us. I would like Donald J.
These guys right here. These guys are gone.
Humanize us, to see us for who we are and to hear us for what we have.
Being swept.
There is no hoax. The abuse was real. Now,
Come on down.
what goes on behind closed doors, I can't speak for that.
Come on down. Come on down. Keep coming down.
Speak for that. But I am
Take them all.
all of these women, including
Take these fuckers out right here and then roll us.
and I will meet him halfway.
Ms. Harwood, I wonder if any of the victims could respond to the news from recently about Ghislaine Maxwell being trans.
We're going to now sweep these guys down here next.
Speaking to Todd Bland. You want that one?
Should get a nice little roll in here. Take these guys out next.
I'm happy to speak to that. We were horrified to learn that she had been transferred to a prison camp. She is
Take this whole thing right here.
by a jury of sex trafficking.
Take it to right here.
She procured women for Jeffrey, which I think is a very sort of
Other than that, this is where the FOMO lives underneath this red line.
in the abuse.
Just like above.
Was a major architect of the scheme. And the fact that she has painted herself as a victim, I think is disgusting.
Try to get, if you're already short here, try to get out before anything below this. This is all the FOMO like above. Don't mess with that.
1 minute, I think Anusha maybe has
So,
Meat of the trade's coming up here in just a moment.
I testified alongside Annie at the trial of Ghislaine Maxwell. I was horrified when I found out not
So
only
Trump is
had
currently
Ghislaine Maxwell been
meeting
transferred
with
to
President Putin.
Still not seeing any Trump.
low security, it's
No Trump.
like a holiday camp. And then afterwards, I got a notification from the Department of Justice telling me that this was going to happen when it had already happened. This woman abused children.
They're flying planes over these people right now as a heads up. Trump is literally flying planes over.
I was abused by Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell for over 10 years. Ghislaine Maxwell was present for some of my abuse at the hand of Jeffrey Epstein. She was present, she was complicit, she was enabling, and it is
Jesus Christ.
and it's one of my
I can't believe he's flying planes over these people right now.
transferred, but at
Oh my God.
that's very much going around.
Jesus Christ.
This is not okay, guys. This is not okay.
And I just want to add that I think it sends a very dangerous message to our country, to young people in our country, that someone that we all know.
Oh, dude, he is so fucking petty.
Survivor who just spoke. The last survivor who just spoke. She said that Epstein would brag about her relationship with Donald Trump. Could she please elaborate about that?
Shante.
This is good. So I want you to see something here. So you see this low here happening so early. This is likely a larger downside move, so this is good. We're going to see a bigger move here. So we're not done going down.
To the Palm Beach residents.
See this move right here? We're now going to go down here, up here, and way down there.
Jeffrey and Ghislaine were always
So stay short.
their friends, their famous or powerful friends.
We're going way, way, way down. This should be later.
Forever was that he
So we're gonna get rid of this one, and we're gonna do this.
on his desk.
We're gonna do this big move right here,
Supposed to be 11.
and we're gonna do this one down here.
Dinner later on.
Way down here. Something like that. It could be right about there.
With the president of Poland.
So Lisa, what's your envision here?
We're not done. We're gonna blast down.
So come on up.
So I want to show you guys as this happens.
And that also
You see that right there?
So that's the list that we're compiling. We're not quite sure.
Hold on here.
Going to release that.
And we're gonna plunge down here.
The Department of Justice needs to release the list.
This whole way right here is where we're going.
Confused. You know, the survivors know the names. You've seen these powerful people. Why can't you say the names?
I want you to see that gap right there. That's gonna get filled in.
When the government knows the names.
So we'll leave this one right here.
According to Fox, Trump and Polish president will be delivering remarks at the Oval Office.
I think it's
Probably
also
going to
worth saying
be,
that having represented, I think,
as said,
in our
at their
firm and
bilateral
Boyd
meeting.
Schiller, hundreds of victims, and we've talked to them
right about there.
the various people that they were farmed out to. So we've created somewhat of a list. Most of these individuals, the victims, are very scared to say these names because they could get sued, they're going to get attacked, and nobody protects
12 o'clock, 11:30.
against one person. So is there a list? There is a list, but just to dispel kind of the common...
Here comes a cross above. This is very bearish right here, so watch out. Plunge. There's no plunge protection team.
In Eurozone blue
When
chips
they
up.
Now, we actually don't have to go that deep. We only have to go right here.
Section of them, some of them, out...
Yeah, we should go down here.
That doesn't mean all of his friends. With that said, I'm more than happy to assist in helping create the list behind the scenes and see what we do with it.
But if someone's interested,
Go ahead.
Hold on. I think if someone's interested in prosecuting, they may have something different to say about sharing a.
Coming into the hour, half-hour trigger. None of this is no. There's nobody here. I'm telling you, there's nobody here.
Thank you all.
There ain't nobody there.
The fate of this discharge petition right now as we're here. The speaker and others have said that the people he met with yesterday
Where's 12 o'clock? Right in here.
being released if this bill were passed. And some people I talked to today are not signing the discharge petition because they say you don't want them to. Can you clarify if that is accurate?
We're also going to squeeze here, so watch out for it.
Yeah.
We're going to plunge down here, squeeze up here, fade, and go down there.
And I went through this, we talked about this, and we were very careful to make sure that there is an exception so that personally identifiable information, not just their names, but anything they could be identified by, would not be disclosed.
And can you speak to that as survivors yourself? Just
But I think all of them are on the same page, that they want everything released. Yes, they unequivocally redact personally identifying information and release everything else. Okay.
Yeah, I think we should tank it. If they had waited to like right here, I would have looked for the rest of it afterwards and then fade and then maybe go back up. But this plunge right here, this tells you that this is just one leg.
Spot gold gains last up nearly 1%, hit a record high.
And everybody else.
Well, it doesn't look like the market likes the jets flying everywhere.
Because we know what went on.
Still no Trump meeting right now.
There are hundreds of women.
Trump's flying planes over. Trump's flying planes right now over these speakers.
That are coming up from
I don't know how you view that, but
these women have daughters. They most definitely don't.
we're gonna run this down here in just a minute. It's not gonna take long. Right up here,
Mainly,
and then we're gonna rip the fuck out of these people.
this is therapy for all of us too. You know,
It ain't gonna take long.
nobody also has never.
Have a bear cross forming on the top side here.
So
On the 1 in 5 minute trigger. This looks like a larger corrective move.
it's very important. Okay.
The only way you want to get bullish here is if you see a trade above.
And saying that this is a hoax,
We can start getting bullish, but there's no trade here for you as a bull. Zero.
and I hope that my voice
Zero trade.
survivors and other victims to come along and speak up so that we can be more of a stronger voice and louder.
And so what is your message to President Trump on this night?
Listen, I don't like to I don't want to send a direct message to him. I'm already scared enough. Yeah, just pass the vote. Listen to us. This is not a hoax. Like, it's not gonna go away. And like I said on my speech earlier, we're not gonna be silent.
No, do not buy calls here. Do not buy calls here.
We will be.
Do not fuck around with calls here. Don't do it.
You know, for years we've heard that
We're gonna drop like a fucking fly. We're gonna drop like a lead weight here. We're gonna go vertical downward. Even after this pop right here. Don't do it. I'm gonna be getting short in here myself, so
there's,
I'm looking to sell this big time up here.
Here's what it was. Just like you heard everybody today, Jeffrey Epstein created through an organization.
If we can stay like right in here and start rolling, there's a giant fucking cell in here.
Because they helped
not there yet, but
operate this scheme without.
We'll watch it closely.
Not have done this, but the purpose was for him to personally abuse people. With that being said, certain of his friends, he farmed out certain.
Just be patient.
The women that he was exploiting, too. But that wasn't the primary purpose of that scheme, and I don't think he wrote the names of those people down.
Watch this 12 o'clock hour here.
Hey, here's all of the people that I sent.
And if you're a seller, we don't want to go above this right here.
Epstein was involved with or tied to the.
I'm going to put this red bar right here. We want to be sellers above here.
I think that the same.
And we just don't want to see price tick above there.
CIA,
if we can squeeze up here and just fade this over here.
FBI, I'm not just making these up haphazardly. I'm giving you a roadmap where to look. Go ahead. I'll go first.
Do not buy calls here. Even if this is the bottom, don't buy calls.
I can tell you.
Don't do it.
To President Trump back in 2009, and several times after that, he didn't think that it was a hoax then. In fact, he helped me. He got on the phone. He told me things that were helping our investigation. Now, our investigation wasn't looking into him, but he was helping us then. He didn't treat this as a hoax. So at this point in time, I would hope that he would revert back to what he was saying to get elected, which is, I want transparency. This about face that occurred, none of us understand it. In fact, I don't understand how this is an issue that's even up for debate. How do you not stand behind these women?
Still not seeing any Trump conversation over here.
Of them were abused, and it was only because files are being kept in secrecy.
Not seeing any news coming across the wire.
Him, and
Let me just check the news really quick here for you guys.
Good.
Are there any people who are
While we're waiting here.
who are named, who you know of, are in these files, who you had relations with, anything of that sort, who Jeffrey Epstein connected you with? Are you willing to say yes or no?
I don't think I can answer that. Sorry.
I think she's referring to my speech.
Hi, Anushka DeGiorgio. I have been threatened. I was threatened by phone. My daughter was threatened when I was volunteering to participate in, by means of being a witness in a civil lawsuit that Virginia Giuffre was bringing against Ghislaine Maxwell. I have been followed.
See if I see anything in here. Hold on here.
Been followed not only by journalists but by people who do not get out of the car and do not try and talk to me and just drive behind me as I drive my daughter to school. So the fear is very real for us. I have also been in multiple situations with both Jeffrey.
Still waiting on Trump. Don't see anything here.
Direct and indirect about implying and saying that if I was to talk, if I was to bring any kind of trouble, then there would be severe consequence, including death.
Just to add to that,
Reuters saying Russian President Vladimir Putin told Kiev on Wednesday that there was a chance to end the war in Ukraine via negotiations.
she reported it.
Quote, if common sense prevails, an option he'd prefer, but that he was ready to end it by force if that was the only way.
You know, we were
Speaking in China at the end of the visit there, Putin said that he perceived, quote, a certain light at the end of the tunnel, end quote, given what he said were sincere efforts by the U.S. To find a settlement to Europe's biggest land war since World War II. Also, Putin came out yesterday and said that he was not opposed to Ukraine joining the EU.
Go ahead.
He probably, though, has a bunch of other, crap associated with that. That could be disarmament, and more than likely some kind of help for both countries.
I just want to say
You don't want to you got to remember that in World War I mean, this, you don't want to hear this, I know, but
like that of Les Wexner.
some of you have very hard line left and right views on this stuff. But for a truce with Ukraine and Russia that's permanent, you don't want to be looking at World War I. You want to be looking at World War II, where there was reconstruction and forgiveness and all that kind of stuff for everybody. World War I, a lot of the reasoning for why that extended into World War II by historians is considered to be because of the punitive punishments on the losers of World War I.
To Brunei for the first time.
No new lowdown here. That's good to see. That's bullish for bulls here. If we turn around, you do want to see like a squeeze up here and above just this red line. We can start talking about a turn higher. There's the, but we're not there yet, so there's no point here. There's no point. You just want to see the new high.
I don't.
Then we can jump on board if that turns around, but we're not there, so don't fuck with it just yet.
In that circumstance was
another note here too. I'm watching the chain in the background, and I'm looking at 646 Cs for today. They are 4 cents. We're trading 643,
and we would have seen it.
So
I don't usually miss
0 dates for today. 646 Cs are 4 pennies. Dealers not pricing in that big squeeze up today, that big ramp. You have to kind of, to ramp that shit up there, you need positive volatility, like headlines, data, something like that. I don't see it here, so I'm not seeing it with these Epstein people. I'm not seeing it with, there's a little bit of it with Epstein people because they didn't post that or they didn't say anything that could hurt Wall Street or the White House or whatever. We do have maybe some positive volatility with Poland and Trump meeting, but that has not started yet. I'm going to turn this off because I don't see anything of material in there. I think they would have dropped it immediately, get the press attention, and then you would have seen a shit show, right? A fucking shit show. Not seeing that right now. I could be wrong, but I would suspect for optics that if they had anything they were going to release, you'd see it. There could be some vol blow off from that happened earlier. Now we're just looking forward towards Trump and Poland's President Karol Nawrocki. Yesterday, I had longs on and puts on, right? I had 0 date puts that were 2 cents. And then I had weekly calls on for 650, and then I think 648s I threw in there for a little while, up into the close. And today, on the inverse, if you wanted to put on some 0 dates, they're dirt cheap. They're dirt fucking cheap. They're worthless. So kind of like the inverse of SPY puts yesterday. You don't expect them to print. They're likely got 0 chance of printing. But they're dirt fucking cheap. So if you're like, I'm going to do some upside protection, you can do that. They're dirt cheap. But I wouldn't take that as a trade either. Maybe just some hedging, upside hedging. But I don't see it. We're like locked in here. I don't think we moved today. I don't think as I'm looking at the chain, I don't see any movement other than downside. So if we can hem these buyers in up here, at 12 o'clock. Into the close, and we're looking to take a put position to the downside with some kind of call hedging to the upside, right? Like puts into the bell, 2 cent, 3 cent, 4 cent calls to the upside. And if I'm wrong, I'll be a millionaire. If I'm right, to the downside, I'm gonna make some decent money. If you're looking for 2 pennies to make your trade, I don't know what to tell you. You're probably in the wrong trade. So watch this closely here, see what happens. There's a fair chance we do nothing today. That would be the most likely outcome is down into the close. The next most probable is sideways. Maybe a squeeze at the end of the day. But I'm not seeing that upside that everybody's looking for here. Not as of yet. The chain is annihilated here. And what we got up here? We got 645.54, 645.85. I would say that we're reined in. Here's where the sellers are right here, and the roll people. It's like here, the example being, even if you were to get up here, even if you were to get up here, we're kind of like nope.
The video is
no breakout. Now that's important, right? Why is that important? We're at this place where in bull months, you would expect in a bull month for what? Moonshot, right? Straight vertical into the bell because we're holding trend. I can't say that works here. If you read the brief last night, I told you last night in the brief, yeah, we can do that stuff. I just wouldn't put faith in it. Not in the month of September. So especially in the back half of September, maybe in the front half, there's some probability of that, but in the back half, I'd be very wary of it. So a structured trade, here. My only pause here on Theta Gang. The only pause here I have on Theta Gang is that it's a short week. When we get into these 4-day weeks, we often make very violent moves to get what we need to get done during that week in cash markets. So that's my only reason for not saying, yeah, we're going to trade sideways for the next couple days. Just because of the 4 fucking days, we could see some crazy ass moves this week, either up to the upside or even downside into Thursday, Friday. Just keep that in mind if you're on Theta Gang and shit like that. Stay a little bit wider and be wary of crazy ass shit happening the next couple days. What else? That's it. That's all I got for you guys at the moment. Oh, here we go. Trump's up.
So your support was very...
Let me put his ass on here so I'm not talking anymore.
In United States of America, we have almost more than 10 million people here, and they voted for Donald Trump. They voted for me.
Let me turn this off here.
Voted also for me, so I would like to say hello to Polish diaspora.
Now, Rocky seems happy. There was a lot of shit this morning about Poland. And if you guys don't know what's going on with Poland right now, I'd probably tell you to go look at check this guy's handle out.
Mr. President, that those values...
there's a lot of talk about this today. This guy's a dealer. He has some great content, and he was discussing Poland and Germany earlier this morning in the fucking pure batshit and craziness.
And the flyover was very much in honor of...
So if you want to look into what's going on right now with Trump, there's a link to his profile. You can dig through it.
Yes, of course, it was a terrific accident in Poland. Thank you.
I'm going to fast forward this a little bit to bring us up to where we are. So there's no bombs being dropped on us or whatever.
Best Polish pilots, well-honed Polish pilots, and he died. He lost 2 children, so it was a great tragedy.
He was a legend in Poland, actually. A legend as a pilot. He was an incredible pilot. And I think he went to the Air Force Academy, actually. But he was a fantastic...
Seems like the conversation's positive.
And it was a big setback, the people of Poland are very, very sad, so we thought we'd do that. That was the single plane that swooped up.
And machines, American machines, opened our meeting. It was great. And we are waiting for 32 F-35s in Poland. So it also shows that we have great relations according to the best military equipment on the world, American equipment, which build Polish security too.
Well, Poland, we've had a tremendous relationship. I think now it's better than ever because of this relationship. It's a little special because we fought together. But we've always been very good, and we have some wonderful people, as you know. Duda, my friend, he's a good man and still a big fan of yours, very much so. So it's a great honor, and we're going to talk about trade. We'll talk about some other things. We'll take a couple of questions from the media.
You know, this is the kind of stuff right here where the fucking bond market, man, they don't want to hear this, not this shit, but
I think
Trump says U.S. soldiers will remain in
we're
Poland.
very happy. If anything,
Looking to just drop this one right here, catch a new low. Still haven't seen it yet.
a larger presence. We have some countries
Move this over.
more, not too many, but
Trump says we'll put more there
We're very
if
much
they
aligned
want.
with Poland.
Sir, on Russia and China, you, sir, can we ask about, we saw a dramatic picture where we saw the leaders of Russia and North Korea and China together, the first time the leaders of those three countries have been together in this sort of show of solidarity. You said that they're conspiring against the United States. What do you think they're conspiring to do? And given this, is it reason why you should slap or would consider slapping secondary sanctions on Russia if they're conspiring against the U.S. now?
Well, I've already done that with regard to India, and we're doing it with regard to other things. And I put out a truth last night. You saw that.
I got some stuff I'll tell you guys in the Discord.
I said they're only doing this. They're looking to when they did what they did. I thought it was a beautiful ceremony. I thought it was very, very impressive. But I understood the reason they were doing it, and they were hoping I was watching, and I was watching. My relationship with all of them is very good. We're going to find out how good it is over the next week or two.
Trump says that we will
think
find
that,
out how U.S.-China relations are.
We helped China very much, as you know, when they talk about freedom. And I don't believe that, and maybe I'm wrong, I hope I'm wrong, but I don't believe that
Again, Trump says we will find out over the next week or two how good relationship is with Russia.
China to get to gain its freedom. But perhaps that was just that was a sleight of hand. I mean, I was very surprised. I watched the speech last night. President Xi's a friend of mine, but I thought that the United States should have been mentioned last night during that speech because we helped China very, very much.
What was the reason?
They should have been invited, Mr. President.
What was the reason?
Mr. President, do you think they should have been invited?
Go ahead.
You've expressed many times your frustration and disappointment with Putin, but there's no action since you took your office.
How do you know there's no? How do you know there's no action? Really? Wait. Who are you with?
Uh-oh.
Okay. How do you know there's no action? Would you say that putting secondary sanctions on India, the largest purchaser outside of China, they're almost equal? Would you say there was no action? That cost hundreds of billions of dollars to Russia. You call that no action? And I haven't done phase 2 yet or phase 3. But when you say there's no action, I think you ought to get yourself a new job, because if you remember 2 weeks ago I said if India buys, India's got big problems, and that's what happened. So don't tell me about that. Go ahead.
Mr. President,
Mr. President, right now there have been survivors of Jeffrey Epstein speaking at a press conference on Capitol Hill. They're calling for these case files, these documents to be released. And Thomas Massey, who
still no low down here.
Trump implies second and third phase of Russian oil sanctions.
says he doesn't believe you're implicated in these files, but many of your friends and donors maybe, and says that's why the Justice Department is redacting them and slow walking the release. Is the Justice Department protecting any friends or donors, sir?
So this is a Democrat hoax that never ends. You know, it reminds me a little of the Kennedy situation. We gave him everything over and over again, more and more and more, and nobody's ever satisfied. From what I understand, I could check, but from what I understand, thousands of pages of documents have been given. But it's really a Democrat hoax, because they're trying to get people to talk about something that's totally irrelevant to the success that we've had as a nation since I've been president. Even if you look at D.C. right now, D.C., it's a totally safe zone. It's called a safe zone. That's a term. It's a term of art. It's a safe zone because it's very safe. You can walk down the street now and nothing's going to happen. No crime, no murders, no nothing. Because we had a lot of problems with certain places, and we still do. All run by Democrats, or for the most part run by Democrats. So what they're trying to do with the Epstein hoax is get people to talk about that instead of speaking about the tremendous success, like ending 7 wars. I ended 7 wars. Nobody's going to talk about, because they're going to talk about the Epstein, whatever. I understand that we were subpoenaed to give files, and I understand we've given thousands of pages of files. And I know that no matter what you do, it's going to keep going. And I think it's enough, because I think we should talk about the greatness of our country and the success that we're having. I think we're probably having, according to what I read, even from 2 people in this room, We're having the most successful 8 months of any president ever. And that's what I want to talk about. That's what we should be talking about, not the Epstein hoax.
When are you going to make a decision on Ukraine, Mr. President?
Trump on message to
I have no
Putin says, I have no message.
President Putin, he knows where I stand, and he'll make a decision one way or the other, whatever his decision
Trump
is.
says
We'll
Putin
either be
knows where I
happy about
stand.
it or unhappy, and if we're unhappy about it, you'll see things happen.
Venezuela, can you give us a sense of what the U.S. policy or what you're trying to achieve with the aircraft carriers, or the boats, I should say, in near...
I can't hear him.
The boat that you mentioned yesterday where 11 people were killed. What was found on that boat, and why were the men killed instead of taken into
On the boat, you had massive amounts of drugs. We have tapes of them speaking. It was massive amounts of drugs coming into our country to kill a lot of people. And everybody fully understands that. In fact, you see it. You see the bags of drugs all over the boat. And they were hit, obviously. They won't be doing it again. And I think a lot of other people won't be doing it again when they watch that tape. They're going to say, let's not do this. We have to protect our country, and we're going to. Venezuela's been a very bad actor. They've been, as you know, they've been sending millions of people into our country, many of them Tren de Aragua, some of the worst gangs, some of the worst people anywhere in the world in terms of gangs. And we had some in Washington, D.C. We took care of them very quickly, but they're out of here. They've gone. But Venezuela's been very bad, both in terms of drugs and sending some of the worst criminals anywhere in the world into our country. They emptied out, you don't know this, but they emptied out their prisons in Venezuela, and they emptied them out into the United States of America. And that's part of the problem we have. We're getting them out. We're getting them out rapidly, but it's caused a tremendous problem. And Pete and all of the people that are working very hard to rectify the stupidity of the Biden administration, allowing these people to pour into our country with open borders. We are paying a big price as a country for the incompetence of the Biden administration. But think of it.
Metamorphs talking about cocaine bear.
Drug lords, everything coming out of Venezuela.
That's hilarious.
And we said, we're not going to put up with it anymore. So Venezuela has been one of the worst actors in the whole group, and we have a group of pretty bad actors.
Are you wanting to force withdrawal?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. At the end of this month, the government or the Congress.
Watch out for a big roll coming up here at 12 p.m.
Avoid a government shutdown.
Just want to make sure we don't get buyers in here.
For an extension.
Trump says, I think Republicans will vote for a budget extension.
The greatest budget ever. Tax cut of 50%.
Oh, God, just give me the fucking, give me the bloodbath, baby.
Perfect for minorities, perfect for everything.
There ain't shit down here, dude. There ain't nothing down here.
Lost their mind. They are so deranged. They have Trump derangement syndrome.
Trump derangement syndrome. I'm going to fucking show you some fucking Trump derangement syndrome if we can get this drop.
Almost sick. They actually think there is a disease. It's called Trump derangement syndrome.
I'm going to show you fucking Wall Street fucking drop syndrome here in a minute.
You could give them everything.
Like, give me 12 o'clock. Give me the fucking. Ooh, it's lower now.
One vote. These are sick people, and I think we're going to have a tremendous midterm. We just approved the largest tax decrease in the history.
I want to see this stuff get cleaned up down here.
If you think of it, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security.
Blast all that down right there.
Overtime, deductions.
All we need to see, and we're down.
Money to buy a car. First time they've ever seen anything like this. Middle-income people get deductions.
This can go all the way to 4 p.m. Take some time.
Cars are pouring back because of the fact that we have tariffs. Cars are pouring back into our car plants are pouring back into our nation. They're coming from all over the world. They're coming back. You know, we lost about 54% of automobile manufacturing over a 30-year period, 35-year period. They're all coming back. I think they're coming back higher than ever before. We have AI going up.
Blah, 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 blah.
What we've passed is amazing, but the Democrats, I don't believe, will get one vote. It's very anti-crime. We want
I want to be watching this really closely here. It's 12 p.m. We want to see if we get the fucking sellers coming in.
Men playing in women's sports, open borders for everybody, transgender for everybody. I mean, they want a transgender for all of the crazy things that they were saying. And, you know, people would say they're 80-20 issues. I say they were 97-3. I always say 97-3, and nobody knows who the three are. This is the best issue of all. They are against preventing crime. They are fighting us. I want to go into Chicago, and I have this incompetent governor that doesn't want us. Do you know that this weekend 72 people were shot in Chicago? I'm embarrassed to say it in front of the president of Poland. 11 people were killed. 72 people were shot. Last week, 7 people were killed in Chicago, a place which is probably your #1 place. I hate to say it.
Yeah, a lot
but
of Poles.
we got to keep it safe. But 7 people were killed. The week before that, 5 people were killed, and 21 people were shot. This is in 3 weeks. So in 3 weeks, I lost almost 35 people were killed. It could have been stopped. If you look at Washington, D.C., 3 weeks ago, it was the same or worse. And now it's considered a totally safe zone. Restaurants are open. They're bustling. Restaurants, you have to see, restaurants were dying. Nobody wanted to go.
Oh, God, this is so terrible. Did you guys see the Jose Andreas post?
And you
just like, what do you mean restaurants were closed?
That haven't gone to a restaurant in 4 years. One of them went out 5 times in the last 2 weeks to a restaurant with his family. They feel totally safe. Washington, D.C. is a totally safe city. You're not reporting any crime because there is none. They said crime is down 87%, and I said, no, it's not. It's down 100%. We have a great thing going. I could do that with Chicago. We could do that with New York. We could do it with Los Angeles. So we're making a determination now. Do we go to Chicago, or do we go to a place like New Orleans, where we have a great governor, Jeff Landry, who wants us to come in and straighten out a very nice section of this country that's become quite, quite tough, quite bad. So we're going to be going to maybe Louisiana, and you have New Orleans, which has a crime problem. We'll straighten that out in about 2 weeks.
What are they talking about?
DC. But we could straighten out Chicago. All they have to do is ask us to go into Chicago if we don't have the support of some of these politicians. But
we're going to go straighten out the pier in Chicago. Davy Pier.
To let it be known.
We're going to go clean trash in Chicago, bro.
He's the governor.
We're going to go over to the Golden Coast. Straighten out all those rich people over there.
Los Angeles with our soldiers, with our National Guard.
What about Southside? You going there? Fuck no, we ain't going over there.
And remember this, your top law enforcement officer in Los Angeles said, there's no way we could have done this without President Trump coming.
Right? We're not going to Chirac. We ain't going there.
Thank you very much.
They'd get eaten alive over there.
I got this, sir. Thank you, Andrew. Thank you. Mr. President.
They might go to like the housing authority or something and be like, what's the nicest project in Chicago we can go to during the daytime? That's about it.
12 seniors to see if there's any negligence on Gavin.
About as close as they're going to fucking Chirac.
I'll tell you, there's negligence on not getting people permits. That is negligent. We got all of the federal permits. The federal permits are much more difficult.
Yeah, Og and I, we were armed. When we hung out in Chicago, man, we were armed to the teeth the entire time.
Are allowed to build their house. And Karen Bass is grossly incompetent. And there's some
all those trans people out there, I was very afraid of them. They might have mugged me in the middle of the road at nighttime.
There's something wrong with
They might have, the fashion police might have, because I look like shit.
More importantly,
they probably would have redressed me that'll look better.
Water to come from the Pacific Northwest. You know, they have tremendous amounts of water in California. People don't know. They send the water out to the Pacific Ocean. So I demanded it be open. If that were open during the fire, before the fire, you wouldn't have had the fire because all the sprinklers would have
in Chicago.
They had no water. They had no water in the fire hydrants.
The kid, the number of people from Wall Street that actually live and work in Chicago is fucking massive.
And I had to send in the military to have that water opened.
He's basically telling you he's going to go clean up Wall Street in, the street in Chicago, the street.
There's something wrong with these people. There's something really wrong. As to investigation, I view it as a gross incompetence. I view it as an ideology that's wrong. It's a radical left ideology. And if I didn't win this election, I think our country would be destroyed.
Yeah, it's super dangerous in Chicago.
And our country would be destroyed. Yeah.
Chicago reminds me of like outside of the normal shit in cities. It reminds me of like Detroit in a lot of ways. Like
branches of interest between Poland.
You really got to be looking for a problem in Detroit to get in any kind of trouble. Like, seriously, outside like normal city crime, I've had more danger in San Fran, LA, other way out, like East LA.
It's very special, and Poland is in that category.
Like even Detroit, you're not looking for trouble. There ain't nobody fucking with you.
The question about
it's an easy city to get by in.
We never even thought in terms of removing soldiers from.
All right, here we go. I'm gonna start getting short here. Hold on.
But we would never know. We're with Poland all the way, and we will.
Trump
help
says that we're
Poland
thinking about
protect
removing
itself.
troops from other nations.
I would like to add something.
But
of
we
course,
never
Hold on here.
removing troops from
also
Poland.
For our relation, and I'm a historian, as you know, maybe, Mr. President. knows.
All right.
I'm a historian, and this is the first time in.
I got some poots on for the close. I got some cheap calls on. I've basically got a straddle here in the market into the close here, so we'll see what happens. I really don't give a fuck now where we go. We can go up and down. We're gonna get rich, so.
Nowadays we have almost.
Unless they pin us here in the close, which is possible, but I'll take that chance here. I made good money yesterday doing this, so.
But we are not.
We'll see how this rolls here.
In Europe and in NATO, Mr. President Trump knows it, because our GDP for military service achieved 4.7. So we are probably the one.
Either we pin this all day long, or we're gonna make some money.
Level, and we will not stop. Me, as the president of Poland, we are going to achieve 5% of GDP for military service, but with American soldiers on Polish soil, we solidify and we are secure.
Just about that. You know, Poland was one of two nations that paid more than they were supposed to with NATO. I don't know if anyone knows that, but there were two nations, and Poland.
Send me up or down, Daddy.
They thought it was low. And by the way, since then,
I'll take either direction here.
Raised it from 2% to 5%. But Poland was one.
Looks like down. That's what I think we're going is down.
Which was a very nice thing. Yeah.
We keep elevating down here, so we'll see what happens here.
Never even thought about it until just now.
President Lewandowski, what's your message for President?
Never even thought. It wouldn't have been my place to be there.
On tariffs?
Will you visit a restaurant in D.C.? You haven't gone to.
I might. Sure.
You haven't gone to one in either of your terms that wasn't.
How do you know? How do you know?
Because I and many other.
Do you want me to prove you wrong? Do you want me to prove you wrong?
Yeah, let's do it, dude. Let's see you fucking prove them wrong.
I think it's something we could consider doing.
Let's do it, bro.
I love the White
Let's call you out for your bullshit.
Going to a nice restaurant. It's safe. If you would have said, like, the Governor Moore wanted me to go and walk through Baltimore with him, and I said, you know.
Yeah, let's look at the restaurant receipts for D.C.
There's no reason to be stupid. They have crime that's at levels that nobody's ever seen before in Baltimore. They've done a terrible job.
Oh, we're talking Baltimore.
Straighten it out very quickly, too. You know why?
I thought we're talking D.C.
You see our soldiers. They respect our soldiers.
Let's look at D.C. restaurant receipt or Baltimore restaurant receipts.
People asking us to go. They're going to want to. And I think the people of those places are. The politicians are not in tune with the people. The people in Chicago, the people in Baltimore, the people in all of the places we talk about, they want to see us there. And I think we're pretty much waiting till we get asked and properly. Because we're doing them a big service. Yeah, please.
You're talking about how historic these tariffs are.
Hey, total revenue restaurant, Maryland restaurant. Shocker.
Possibly replace federal income tax.
Yeah, Andy's wrong.
Someday it's possible. It used to be. So if you go back to 1913 is when they ended tariffs. We were the richest ever from 1850.
Let's look at
income taxes from 1850 to 1913. In the 1887s, about 1887, they had the
Trump
great
says it's
National
possible
Tariff
someday
Act.
that tariffs will
And
replace income
It was a group of
tax.
people that got together because our country was so rich, they didn't know what to do with the money. We had so much money, they didn't know what to do. It was a group of very prominent people that were set up to hand out money to everybody because we were the rich.
Trying to get some stats that are closer in. A lot of these stats I'm looking at are older.
1913, we ended them in 1913. How did that work out? And then we went to the income tax system, and then we had the Depression. And by the way, a lot of people try and say that, oh, tariffs with the Depression. No, they ended in 1913, and then we went to income tax, and then in 1929 you had the Depression. They did try and bring it back in 1931-32, but the Depression had long.
Dude, what the fuck is Indeed doing here?
And this poor, beautiful nation was gone. It was gone. We suffered for 25 years. It took 25, 30 years to really recover from the Depression. And we don't ever want to
Trump
see that happen
says tariffs
again.
are vital to
The
the success
tariffs are
of the U.S.
vital to the success of this country. When I say I ended 7 wars, at least half of those wars were ended because of the power of tariffs. I was able to say, well, we're not doing any business with you, or if you're going to war, we're putting a big tariff.
Yeah, Baltimore has been on the way up since September of 2024.
I settled 7 different wars, one going 31 years, one, look at the Congo and Rwanda, look at that, 31 years, 10 million people dead, I got it settled. And a little bit of that one, less than in some cases, had to do with trade and had to do with tariffs. So, you know, tariffs are vital to our country. And just so you know, other countries use them on us, but I just used them a lot better. We're in a much better position. We have trillions of dollars coming into our country. If we didn't have tariffs, we would be a very poor nation, and we would be taken advantage of by every other nation in the world, friend and foe. We're not going to let that
Trump
happen.
says very
And we
big
have a
case in
very,
the
very
Supreme
big
Court on
case
tariffs.
in the Supreme Court. I can only say this. Our country has a chance to be unbelievably rich again, but it can also be unbelievably poor
Trump
again.
saying the U.S. could
If
be
we don't
rich
ha-
or
if we don't
poor,
win that
depending on
case,
the court case.
Our country is going to suffer so greatly.
What's the backup plan, sir?
But I think we're going to have a big victory. Even if you look at the people that brought the case, they're foreign-oriented. They're foreign. Countries have taken advantage of the United States for so many years. And I started with China. You know, last term, I took in hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs.
Baltimore has actually rebounded since 2020.
We're going to tariff
Flatlined with pumps.
You know, others, Spain.
Along the way in 21, 22. They're actually back to where they've statistically been. Let me post this one for you guys.
You know what? They're happy.
This is since COVID.
I guess we'd have to unwind them. We've done deals with Japan, with South Korea. We've done deals with many.
And as a matter of fact, the low in
Trump on tariff case says, I guess we'd have to unwind trade deals.
Tariffs, and I used them wisely. And people respect America again. And we've become a rich country again. The money coming in is incredible. And again, they use them on us. If we didn't have them, they would use them on us, and we would have no way to fight them. We would be a third world nation. So I think it's one of the most important cases I've ever seen go before the Supreme Court of the U.S.
You gave Vladimir Putin a 2-week deadline to agree to talk.
Still no low here. Looking for. Still didn't get it.
Trump on Putin says that I'm having
Still didn't catch that low right there. Watch out for a turn higher.
Pretty much what we're going to be doing.
See that? See that? No new low.
That I'll speak.
This implies we're going to try to go up here. See what's up.
Him over the next few days, and we're going to see.
With who,
sir? I'm going to know exactly what's happening. But I'm not happy with all the people. You got 7,819.
We'll remove this for now, just because of see that low right here. Didn't catch it.
Not American soldiers. Not so.
Might be turning up here.
But they're human beings. They're souls. They have parents.
See these sellers right here too.
Their parents.
So we're not catching the low. There's a little bit of sell.
And I want to see it
pressure there, some buy pressure right there.
Money we send weapons to NATO. They pay
no trade right now. I mean, I've got a straddle here, but there's no like definitive down move nor up.
One of the reasons that this whole thing happened.
Keep running this over here. Still hasn't hit.
We're sitting right in these.
Still hasn't hit.
One in particular.
We'll just make it red and red right now.
I think we're going to have.
See who's stronger.
A good solution, but they're losing.
We gotta wait.
Levels that nobody has seen since the Second World War. This is the worst.
1 in 5 minutes turning up now too, starting to turn up.
One's defense, one's offense.
Can't sit here forever and not get something. So see this white line here, how it's starting to turn flat. It'll start turning up here.
Killing everybody.
If we can't get a down move,
since the Second World War,
this will turn up.
Even close to this.
Start going up. So if you're gonna do something, if you're like bearish, you got to do it right now. Next few minutes, next like half hour.
End things. That's why I was able to end 7 other wars. And you know that I thought of the 7.
And it's early. It's only 12:13 right now. So we're gonna get a move. I think.
Much
next 4 hours, almost guaranteed.
The war with Ukraine and Russia. I thought that Ukraine and Russia have a very good relationship with President Putin. I thought that that would be much easier. I thought that would be in the middle of the pack, maybe one of the easiest. Sometimes you never know with war. You know, war is a very interesting thing. You never.
God, I can't stand listening to him sometimes because he just spouts so much bullshit. It's hard to track.
It's going to get done one way or the other.
Like, I don't know what he really believes today or tomorrow.
And we have to stop killing.
Just a follow-up on that.
We're probably going to get another vol blow-off here.
Chancellor Reeves dismisses NIESR forecast of the UK faces £50 billion budget gap. This is Chancellor Reeves currently speaking in a BBC interview.
So basically, the thesis here from
comments.
Thesis here from some of the insiders earlier this morning was flipping from QT to QE for these countries. The gilt market, bond market's not going to be happy. That's kind of the thesis here, right? Now, the takeaway from this Poland and Trump meeting, kind of a nothing burger. We're floating around sideways right now, consolidating. Now we're looking for an upside or downside move either today or into tomorrow. Dealers don't want us going anywhere. There's no buying of no calls that I can see. There's calls above. Let's go down here and look. I'll take a look here in just a minute again, but let's go look here. So this was the target right here. And there were some OTM calls up here, probably for that run up here, like to drive this price action up here. But for the rest of today, there's no flows. So if that's the case, just looking at this, if I was a dealer,
was wrong in recent years.
If there's no call flow to chase up, right?
It's got the numbers wrong.
What I would do is I would fade us all the way down here, not print any of this stuff, and then come back up here and just kind of like ping, 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 and do nothing unless there is a reason to do anything. You just murder bot the whole entire chain up and down. Now, there could be some blow off if we go to the upside at some point if these calls are dirt cheap into 4 p.m. Let's pretend that's 4 p.m. Over there, we could get some upside movement here. But I would be trying to fade this as much as possible, even if we do. Not only that, but it is a short week. And what else? There's nothing like priced in for us to move higher than 646, I think. So even if you were to get a squeeze up here, it's still in trend. If you look back, look at this. See that moving right there? You know, up, down, right? Blast it down. Keep it in here, right? No breakouts, no big breakdowns, that kind of stuff. So we'll monitor it, see what happens. The only thing I would say here would be like the risk from a risk perspective would be that we have 4 days left in the week, and we tend to get these powerful moves in these shortened weeks. It could be like end of day or something, something like that, some kind of big ass move. That would be the only risk I would see here, is that it's a short week. Other than that, though, we don't have much going on today. We've got day is today, Wednesday, right? Today's Wednesday. We've got what do we got here? It's 12:17. We've got Kashkari speaking at 1:30. We had Waller pumping the market this morning in the form of IWM. So maybe if you want to get long IWM, if Waller is pumping up the market or pumping up rate cuts, that kind of stuff, you might have some exposure there. We have at 2 p.m. the beige book. That could be another trigger.
Chancellor
and then we have that's it. I think I see nothing until tomorrow. Now tomorrow we do run into ADP employment change, balance of trade, and exports, imports, and initial claims, continuing claims, jobless claims, and we get some non-farm productivity, unit labor costs at 8:30. All of that at 8:30 in the morning. At 9:45 we get the S&P Global Composite PMI final. And then we get the S&P Global Services PMI final at 9:45. So a big day today tomorrow. 10 a.m. ISM services PMI, ISM services business activity, ISM services employment, new orders, prices, all at 10 a.m. So huge data coming out tomorrow morning. We are like loaded the fuck down with data from like 8:30 till 10 a.m. tomorrow, any of which can be a bomb on the market. And then we get on Friday NFP and the unemployment rate. As far as I'm concerned on NFP and unemployment rate, if we normally sell down heavy into it, I'm looking to get long.
Says that serious economists don't expect the UK to need IMF help.
If we trade up into NFP unemployment, I'm usually looking to be a seller. If we trade neutral into it, I've got no trade. It's hands off, hands off. And I'm looking for the reaction trade up or down, or if we go up, I'm looking to fade it about an hour later. On Friday, that would be like 11 a.m. No, 10 a.m., 12 p.m., somewhere in there. If we go down, I'm looking to long it.
Referring to, there's been a lot of speculation and rumors regarding potential tax increases aimed at bridging the fiscal gap and stability.
And we ain't there right now. We're still too early in the week
20 billion to 50
to know where we'll be into that NFP unemployment print. I would suspect that if we're on a high, everybody's going to short the fuck out of the market there. What else do I got for you guys? I think that's it for the rest of this week right now.
Chancellor,
we are blowing off some steam right now. We are above that red target here. We'll look for a tech check back and look for higher highs here. Look for something like this right here. Look for something like that up there. See how high this goes. What else? I don't know if I see anything else here. I'm looking around for anything, and I'm not seeing shit. I'm seeing the usual doom shit in here. I got more NFP stuff. Hold on here. I can't deal with the doom shit. I really can't. I don't know if I'm getting jaded now, where I don't know if I'm just jaded now, maybe. I was talking to my wife this week a few times about I was telling my wife a few times this week about it. I'm like, man, if I regurgitate that shit to people and then people just forget it. I always feel like every one of these seasons you like come into the doom season and the argument is way bigger than the outcome. It sounds like the end of the world usually, right? They'll push that narrative of the end of the world, and then 2 months later, it's like it never happened, right? Everyone moves on to the next doom scenario or positive scenario. So I'm not gonna post that shit for you guys. Like, I got one thing here. It's like NVDA lost trend. It's fucked. It's going to zero. Qs have lost trend. They're going to zero. Yeah, NASDAQ is falling below. This was 21 hours ago. NASDAQ, I'll read it to you. NASDAQ is falling below the trend channel that has been in place since May. We are well below the 21-day and breaking below the 50-day as of writing. Note that the HS we pointed out last week, it's kicking in finally. So I just can't go with that shit. I just can't do it. I don't know. I'm in a what do you call right now? I'm in a straddle here. Are you in a straddle, Berlin AU, or not? What are you in right now? I've got puts and calls on right now. They're cheap. Are you in? What are you in right now? Are you in just puts? Are you picking and choosing? Is that what you're doing? I'm just asking. Are you just one side of the trade? Whatever you felt feels good. I would either be in like a wide butterfly or in a some kind of a straddle, or even strangle would work too. I think might work. No, it's a little risky, but yeah. Someone's saying that I thought we were going down. I'm assuming that they're just in max puts. That's what I think people do. I think people are always in like max this or max that. What else do I got for you guys? I think that's it. I'm gonna take a quick break here. I don't think we get. Maybe we don't get movement till end of the day. So if that's the case, I don't want to fuck around. I'll come back and we'll make some money at the end of the day. I've got a trade on right now for the end of the day. I've got 0 dates on for upside and downside. They're both fucking cheap calls right now. I've got 646s. They cost me 3 fucking cents. I got like I've got 700 of them. I kid you not. I bought 700 of them. They're so fucking cheap. So we'll see if we move and make a downside move. We'll make a bunch of money. We make a upside move, make a bunch of money. Either way, one way or the other. Otherwise, we'll just bleed sideways all day long. We're just gonna grind right in here. We'll wait for a move to up or down. I'm gonna take a quick break, get some lunch. Don't waste your afternoon here sitting on this market. It's just gonna park and drive sideways until like end of day, or we'll get a move down into close. Get a move up into the close one way or another. Or if we get parked, don't waste your day in the market. I'll be back. Give me like 15 minutes, half an hour. I'm gonna make a sandwich, and I'll talk to you guys in a bit. Yeah, I don't see it. Do you guys see it tweaking? Hold on here. Let me look. Someone's saying Bookmap's tweaking. I think it's tweaking because of a squeeze. Let me just show it to you here. I posted it on Twitter earlier. This to me looks like dealers, right? There ain't shit down here. You see it? There's nothing here. So let's look at. I'll explain this for the crayon eaters like me. What this looks like simply. I'll make it very easy for you. You don't need to be following anything crazy. Talking to no. What am I looking for here? Bottom right hand side screen. Let's just see where we're at right here. This is like a textbook trade here. They can fuck around all they want in here. They can fuck around all they want, but one way or another, we're going up or we're going down. So you're just here for that reaction. Up or down, doesn't really matter. If you're a dealer, you probably want to fucking murder this chain regardless of outcome. And we're looking for that upside move or downside. You can see one right here. This, of course, was event-driven, data-driven. And let me just show you some of this in the past when you're riding lines like this. It's all the way down, 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 down here. See it right there. This is back in April. Let's go back here. Right in there. All the way up, all the way up. You can see this touch here, right? See that touch right there? You can see this blood. This was the hope for early month, right? You come into they attempted to sell us down here in August and break below. They were unable to do that, so immediately we squeeze up, right? We come into the end of the month and we take another shot at the trend break, right? So you're taking another shot, an unwind moment to the market to get us underneath. And if you're a seller, you know exactly what this is, right? You come into the new month, because the way wasn't down, you go all the way up, squeeze out all the fucking sellers, come back down for the new month, and you know for a fucking fact that early month, sellers did not want to see that. They did not. They wanted to see the door shut, right? So what they want to see is the blast down and then the rejection with a new low. This is how you close the door on the month on the bulls. That's it right there. That's all you need. That's it. You're like sell side. That's all you fucking need for the whole month of September. Literally, you're done. That's it. It's that fucking simple right there. You don't need to be looking at anything else. So when you see stuff like this here, like, oh, we're going to come back up here, we're going to fuck around over here. You know, the sellers are like, please just sell me down on some news. And we have news. We got a stack of it in here, like a bunch of news here, right? Got a bunch of news in here, right? NFP, unemployment, beige book at 2, all this other crap down here, right? So remember, we got all kinds of data over here. So these sellers are looking early month right now for these events, right? To run us down, right? Like bad news, right? I don't know, beige book bad. More bad news over here, right? Baby fake coming up here, right? NFP, right? Oh my God, bad NFP down here. You get what I'm saying? And this securely puts sellers in control of September. What they don't want to see is what? Oh my God, beige book's great. Oh my God, I'll fade this. Oh, data's great. You know, all that shit's good, right? Down into NFP. NFP is good. You don't want to see that stuff. Sellers do not want to see this. They start seeing these new all-time highs. Then they're waiting now for what? An unclench on quarterly expo, quarterly XDiv, fucking VIX, quarterly VIXpiration, month end. And then they're waiting now for that payout, right? And that's the fear from sell side. You don't know it. That's what it is. And so they're watching this extremely closely. So you as a trader, you want to have two viewpoints here. One would be we're in September, worst returning month of the year. That means you're going to expect bulls to fail when they should succeed, right? If we were not in September, you would automatically expect this big squeeze higher. That'd be an auto, right? We held it, squeeze them, right? And normally you'd say, yeah, if we were in like July, June, maybe August, right? Big squeeze up. Right now, not so much, right? So what do you do here? You straddle this shit. You straddle the downside move and you straddle the upside move. And you don't give a fuck what a dealer does. You don't give a fuck if they hold it down. You don't care if they trade it sideways. You don't care if it takes the last fucking minute. You don't give a fuck if it takes until Thursday or Friday or Monday. At some point, the finger comes off or the finger goes on. And you just need to be there to capture the upside or downside move. That's it. They can only hold that fucking finger for so long. You know, and then this is what happens, right? Rip the fucking faces off or rip the fucking faces off to the downside. And it ain't going to matter if your calls are 2 cents. It ain't going to matter if your puts are 2 cents. They're all going to print like $1. Like, or one side's going to print $1, $2, $3, does not matter. You can set this trade up every day for the rest of this week, and you're going to get a fucking fat ass fucking print if we get parked in here. You can do this every day until it breaks, and it ain't going to matter. So you just do a straddle, and you take, you know, OTM, and you look for one side of these fucking things to print. And you can roll these in the end of the day today into the close for tomorrow, both up and down side. You can extend this out to capture this into Monday. So here's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Monday. You could even do the straddle all the way out here, and you really don't give a fuck. And if we start trading down or up, let's say we start trading, fake this out, start making our way higher, you can just cut the put side here for Monday and just even take the money that you like were left over with and just slam it into calls or slam it into puts and just like max all this shit out. So that's where I'm at right now. This isn't rocket science, just a nice little trend right here. It's actually perfect for that kind of a breakout trade up or down. And I'd put more weight on the bear side than the bull side to get down there, just because of the month. That's it. Fairly simple. Not too hard here. Just keep your eyes on this right here. We're not going anywhere right now. And we just wait and watch to the close. If nothing happens, we roll into Monday or into Thursday and then into Friday or Monday or whatever. Fairly easy. This is probably the sweetest place you could be right now. I'll be honest with you. This is like perfect place for a move up or down. Easy money. If you fuck this up, it's because you're picking a side. There should be no fucking this up. You're going to get a break one way or another. It's going to be monster. I'll be back with you guys in just a little bit.
White House official says that Trump was referring to planned phone calls with Zelensky, not Putin, during his Oval Office remark.
We be burring right now, just a heads up. If you're on that trade with me, we're just looking for the drop right now. If you're in this trade with me where you've got OTM calls and in the money puts expiring today, hopefully we can get a nice big fat drop in here and get paid. Way down here. Way down here. See if we can get the drop here. Told you earlier not to get long unless you were doing a straddle. We'll see if we can get this nice bloodbath down here. Hopefully we don't get parked in here. Just want to show you down here. See this right here? We have a gap to close right here, right? So watch this gap right here. Nice little gap to blow through right here. And the best part is we should go way down here. Just show you this here. So the market today is priced in only to do this one. See this dip buyer? So like dealers would do better to kind of like fucking go down here and swing higher. But I would love to see us like jackknife down here and hit this 630.80, 630.70. It's just a big blast down here. I'll leave some runners on if we can. Don't count on it, but we may be able to catch that tomorrow or Friday, that downside move, that blood. Let's keep an eye on this right here for the turn higher. The murder bot. We'll keep an eye. I'm going to draw a little box in here. Just right there. So if you want to get out of that strangle, we're looking for like right there. Just get out right here. And we can get back in it if you want. Leave the call side on and then jump back in on the put side into the bell. See if we can carry this over. Maybe roll the puts into tomorrow. We'll wait and see what happens here. This is beautiful right here. This is good. Just need fucking a little bit more blood down here. You give me 648 today, I'll get a print too. I'll take either direction. I don't give a fuck which way we go. It's like the easiest trade of the year right here today. It might be the easiest trade of the year. Like, I don't care if we fucking squeeze titties off. I don't care if we blood to the depths of hell. Zero care in the world. Only thing I'm caring about here is whatever that directional move is. I'll take either side. I'm telling you what, like, it's very rare that you're able, I mean, it's not very rare, like earnings are like that, but if it doesn't matter if you're right or wrong, it's a fucking no-brainer. No-brainer trade here today. You can't lose. Someone's going to make bank here, either me or someone else, I don't know. Like, someone's going to make some serious fucking cash. All we need is the unclench. End of day, overnight, and tomorrow. Don't care, don't care. Just need the exposure. All right, Avgo, what are we doing here? I'm doing Avgo in the background here for the let me just do this Avgo thing and see what we got going on here. You guys want to do it together? We can do it together if you want. Here, we'll look at Avgo together. I was gonna do it for just the Discord, but give me a second here. We'll go and look at this together. Think tighter, guys. I was going to take a break, but in reality, I was going to do this. All right, let's take a look at Avgo. What do I have here? 2 drawings. Okay. We're gonna do AvGo. AvGo. Everybody's used to be Secret Squirrel, where you could trade AvGo and not have to pay for the premium on NVDA. That's not the case anymore. The other thing to consider here is that this is the only game in town, right? Indexes are hedged. SPOOs. Someone was asking why are stocks going up and not indexes? Because you're short SPOOs in long Apple, Google, whatever. You got to understand that people own the market. That doesn't mean that SPY is not prone to squeezing, but you got to remember, if I own the market still. Like, I've got FDX. I still have shit floating around. They're not active trades or anything, but I own them. So if you're hedged, you got to hedge that shit if you own the market, right? You don't have to, but, you know, if you're in low enough, you don't have to, but I'm not in low enough. So if the market goes up, my FDX prints, right? Or at least it's not down, right? Kind of like floating around. If the market goes down and FDX goes down with it, I get burr, right? Burr, burr, burr. And my AvGo or my FDX is not, it's blunted, right? Kind of like just hanging out, right? I'm not really worried about what's going to happen. I don't care about what happens now into October, November, any of that kind of stuff. Top of the market, any of that kind of stuff. So hedges cost money. It's not really a bearish position. Now, AvGo. This is one of the only games in town, right? It's like Apple or Google are firing off, getting prints on stuff. We're coming into this weak part of the season. Maybe you haven't had a print yet on an individual ticker, so you're looking for one, right? Woohoo, I got a print. I got a hedge on SPOOs, and if the market rolls down, thank you very much. I took my money and ran. Kind of the same idea here with AvGo to some extent. We're going to look first at velocity on this ticker, and you can already see it's kind of waning, right? On a daily basis here, weeklies look great, right? As far as daily, though, goes, look at this. This doesn't look good, does it? Right? Where do you want to be buying AvGo? Outside of these binary events, where do you want to be buying them? Down here, right? Always down here, right? This daily velo when it's in a negative. So if you're a bull for AvGo, you're always looking for that, aren't you? Looking for any kind of weakness, right? Jump in on that trade, take it long. Got to be a gorgeous run right here, right? Gorgeous, gorgeous run. Now, there's something else going on that I want to show you here that I do not like. And we're in seasonal weakness right now, but there is something I do want to show you. And this is important. And that is on a daily basis, we're losing daily velocity here. This is a problem. You see that daily velocity being lost, and yet price is going higher? Doesn't mean it's top for AvGo, but I'll tell you what. This is a classic sign of the street exiting their longs and leaving bag holders. It's prime for a major, major drop and nobody there to buy it for you. Nobody. I think if you look at CoreWeave, kind of the same thing's been going on, right? Is it CoreWeave? You got a hedge fund that owned half of it. They ran some bullshit on you that they might have to exit it. They probably already did and just didn't tell you. That's what that normally looks like. Divergence in price to velocity. Even though price is going higher, it's like there's a rug pull waiting for you. Does that make any sense at all? Hope it does. If it doesn't, it will. It will. So just be aware of that. This is like classic. This actually reminds me of AvGo in particular. Reminds me a lot of SPY in September. This would be September, and then this would be January. Like one more high, and then boom, 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 out. That does not mean that the market cannot continue higher. It doesn't mean that we don't stay long or broadening in the market, but Avgo in particular. If you're exiting Avgo, where are you rolling? What are you rolling into? So you should already be aware they're rolling into like financials, they're rolling into other aspects of the market, even though price is going higher.
Not to back fuel
Doesn't mean it can't go higher. Just means that there's nobody there
or face possible tariff.
underneath. There ain't nobody holding Avgo up. They catch any kind of bad news, it's going to be on like Donkey Kong to the downside. Okay? Very important to see that right there. Next thing on Avgo that you want to be looking at is 30-minute velocity. And let's take a peek. This is the intraday, intra-week kind of stuff. And we have the same kind of stuff going on. You see that? Daily velocity is just like lower, 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 lower. This means that this is all retail driven. Like none of this is like the street. I'm telling you, it's like none of this is the street. This is all literally retail. What do we know about retail? You know that they call, you know that the street hates you. They hate me. They hate you. And what they call you is punters. They call you, like buy the dippers. And there's one other thing. We're getting better at this, but there's one other major thing here that we're famous for as retailers. If you're part of the street, right, you do not often trade. You trade more, even if you're trading with, like, hey, I'm allowed to spend this money with emotion. They're still very systematic. Like the street will let a trade pass them over. The street will wait for good dips. What does that show? Shows restraint, control, emotional stability. Retail's not like that. If there's no support from the street and it's all retail, if you scare retail, the common thesis here is that they're easy to sell, They're easy to panic sell. So that is a concern here with, at least for me, for Avgo. Does it mean it happens this week? No. But I would tell you that to not think there's going to be a major low to buy is probably inaccurate. There's a very high probability that Avgo can blast down to the depths of hell at any moment. And I would be there as a buyer if I were you. I'd be aware of that. So if you see a stock that might, if let's say we have some bear season, either now or we grind higher into November or some shit, or the end of October, whatever that pullback is going to be, will be violent on this stock in particular. So just be waiting there. If they had one piece of advice for an Avgo trader, or I love Avgo or whatever, if you're already long, you can stay long. But if you're like, I want entry, you're likely going to get a chance at that either in this season or in the springtime. You're going to get a chance to get a discount. And if your thesis is, hey, Avgo's awesome, it's going to be great, everybody loves it, blah, 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 I want on board, you're probably going to get a chance at it at some point. Now, this is a little bit out of what I like to see on daily velocity. I would prefer to see daily velocity on a 30-minute basis, some kind of an accumulation going on, like over here. Personally, it's what I would like to see. That'd be in a good world, something like that going on, just like this right here. Right? But this is way back far in time, right? This is March of 2025. There ain't nobody wanting to buy this down here, right? Right? You know how this goes, right? Like everybody's hair is on fire. Meanwhile, you're accumulating, you're not listening to those people, and all of a sudden you're getting these big ass prints up here, right? And what are you doing up here? You're exiting. You're exiting, right? You're the smart money down there. You're exiting. And what's left is the late money. Everyone that was scared down here is now really bullish up here, right? And you get the idea behind this, that that's all late money, FOMO money. And that late money, FOMO money, they're probably in, here, maybe. Let's say they're becoming better traders. So you drop this just a little bit, and these people panic. They're losing everything, right? And so they start panic selling, begetting selling.
Is to prevent depression and inflation. The composition of the Fed's balance sheet is open to question.
Think tight here. Just want to get through that talking. So just be aware of that stuff. If you're looking for a dip buy, if you're looking for a dip buy in Avgo, it's possibly there.
Prepared remarks ahead of his hearing.
Remember, we've got speaker at 2 p.m. or 1 p.m. We've got what's his name? Who is it today? Kashkari. 1:30 p.m. We've got Kashkari speaking. He might pump markets, so be aware of that if you're short.
Moran in this
if you're just one-sided in this trade.
Of monetary policy is a critical element.
Let's also take a look here at, let me just check one more thing here with Avgo. I'm going to get rid of all this crap here. Let me switch here. Let's do a new chart. Create new layout. We'll do Avgo. And we're going to remove the volume. We don't care about that. First thing we're going to do is look at a comparison. NVDA. This tracks a lot of NVDA.
And you
fairly close, right?
Moran says opinions as the Fed governor would be based on my analysis.
This is Avgo right here. Notice how you've got a little bit more upside here early from NVDA, but not Avgo, right?
Moran saying he intends to preserve FOMC independence if confirmed.
I like that if you're a bull. I really like that a lot, right? More recovery here from NVDA. And I'm assuming that if you're an Avgo trader, you're like, oh, I just want that little bit right there. I just want that little bit, bro. And the ER is going to provide that for me, right? What actually happened here in NVIDIA's earnings, though? Do we know? They blasted us down, right? So you're looking for this, for just that cap, just that right there. So do they blast you down, then go up? Right? Do we pull the same business over here? Right? Now we have the delayed reaction on NVIDIA's earnings once we murder all that bullishness. Right? So that's the lesson from back here, right? Walking into, hey, I'm walking into ER for this, and I'm actually looking for this later print, right? What, I should be drawing this again. Hold on here. Walking into this earnings for NVDA. Right? And it's blast down city, right? And so you come into Avgo earnings, and it's like, bro, we're going to moon, right? And instead, they plunge you down, and then they give you the earnings return later in time, right? Make sense? So that's also a lesson about Avgo. So if we have Avgo saying, hey, man, we're going to moon this. That's all I want, bro. And they drop you down, and then you get the actual print later. And remember that whole September thing, 1.17% down on the month, and they murder all those Avgo options, and then you actually get the print after the large expiries. Does that make sense? So if you're bullish on Avgo, why not put a time on that trade, or a call spread, right? Or a straddle, right? Anything like this directionally with time on it as well. ERs are famous for straddle strangles, so you can catch both up and downside, right? If they squeeze us up on Avgo and you get renewed buying, you're making bank. If they go up there and they hit it, right? And then they come back down, hit the other side, something like this, you can make money on both sides of this, can't you? Monetize one side, monetize the other side, right? Bunch of different ways you can trade this. But just remember that looking back on NVDA earnings, you're like creeping up here and then it's blast down. Everybody's long, same time. Or all the way up here, you exit owning longs, but not options, right? Woohoo, we got a nice big squeeze up here. Take my money from Avgo, right? And then it's back down here, and the option guy's kind of fucked until way down the road. So I'd be looking for, if you're bullish like call spreads, I'd date them like February. Just date them if you're just like, I'm just directional cap. Just date them like February. If you and what do? They blast you down over here. You're in pain for 3 months. Who cares? Come back up in the back end. You're making all your money. Your initial bet was here anyways. You can even add to that trade lower. So I would put some time on Avgo if you're directionally looking for a long. If you're not looking for directionally wrong, it's really priced nicely here for the strangle straddle. I even like the idea of selling calls above and selling puts below over here to some extent. But I would still date those far fucking out or really closely in. One or the other. Nothing in the middle here. Now, what else we got going on here? The most bearish part of this is this right here. If you end up getting this big move up here and they take the money and run, it's possible this doesn't actually ever come back. Just due to that velocity that I was showing you earlier. So that's danger too. That would lead me to say that if I don't have any trade on an Avgo, and let's say we get the big print up here, I'd be looking to be a seller up here, believe it or not. I think that's a great trade too. So let's say you don't take any trade. Like, yeah, I'm a seller on high and I'm a buyer on low. So no trade, right? Just like hanging out down here to buy a dip. You might get a nice big fat one if we know this is all retailers. And if we also know this is all retailers or the street was willing to exit, you can easily be a seller up here. So there's some kind of like reaction trading here too. So a bunch of different options for you depending upon what your thesis is. Not mine, what your thesis is. And I'll give you my thesis here in a minute, but you got a lot of different choices here is my point. To not lose your ass, not be like, oh my God, I'm doing a 50-50 trade where I could blow up 20 grand or something like that. So just note that it's kind of like perfectly priced. There's something else you want to look at here.
We're shortly expecting the results from the Fed reverse repo facility.
There's a 6% implied move here. That's the 6% upside move. That's showing limited upside, right? And then we've got the 6% downside. So not much, right? I think this is pretty reasonable, to be honest with you. But if you look farther out in time, Avgo's earnings have a much wider spread. They have a 10% move priced in for October 3rd. And what is that? That's when we possibly exit Beartown, right? Start of possibly exiting Beartown. So we have an even larger move.
$923 billion at the Fed's reverse repo operation.
Somewhere like that. Where would you rather be here as a directional trader? Let me ask you that.
German Chancellor Merz says I will soon enter into talks with car makers and auto suppliers to discuss the current sector challenges.
If you're a directional trader, we have range expansion. Where would you be as a directional trader? You know, like trying to sell these fucking highs, right? Trying to buy these fucking dips down here, right? I mean, this looks set up to fuck anybody. Unless you maybe own the underlying. Hey, like I'm bullish here. I own actual Avgo. I guess that works. And I'm willing to buy some dips down here. I'm here. I got the exposure for there. Instead, we blast down. I buy some more down here. Accumulate. That makes sense to me. But just look at this. It's kind of funky, isn't it? Kind of funky, right? If you're already a buyer down here, you got nothing to worry about, do you? If you're a buyer down here, you're looking pretty good. But this is kind of no man's land, right? What does the goat say about this? It says don't get caught in here, right? It says don't fuck around in here. So just be aware of that. If you wanted to like sell calls, sell puts, that makes sense to me too. Because even if we go down there, it's likely going to swing back up again. Even if it goes up here, it's likely going to come back down again. Just think about this spread right here. Like, look at it. Very risky, right? I think it's very risky. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think this is very risky. So we'll leave this on here, and we're going to look at a few more things. We can erase this later, but this is the gist. Right about here. Maybe right there. And somewhere in here. Right about there. We're going to now go back and look at monthly. We're going to start seeing if we can find anything that tells us more information. Actually, let me get rid of all that for now. We'll come. Can I delete that and come back to it? Let's go delete that really quick. We'll come back to it. So let's look at on a monthly basis. That's 11%. If we take away about 22%, leaves us with 89, I believe. Right about there. And this month candle here has erased. This month candle here has erased more than 80% of this prior month's candle. This month right here. Already. Almost more than 80% of that candle. That means that the door is open to lower. At least the door is open. At least to right here. That's 274.31. The door is open. Doesn't mean we go there, just that the door is open. There's something else of importance here. If we move to a weekly basis, you can see the demand somewhere in here.
So in 10 minutes' time now, at the bottom of the hour, Fed's Cash Kari due to be participating in a fireside chat hosted by the
So you got up,
Women's Economic
right, down, up,
in Minneapolis.
down, up, right? That's an important line right there.
There is a Q&A though.
And we got like down, up, down, up. Now we're up here, new island. We got another island up here. See this island right here? Right, up, nope. Nope. Yes. No, right? Up, nope. And then down right here. They're telling you no. Pretty big number here, right? 304.92. Right? Opening up 300s to trade what? 350. So if you're trying to trade 300, 350, you're looking for this. Oh, you're looking for this prior high to be beat. Successful back test. Right? Something like this. Trading that zone right there. Not happening at the moment, right? We're like fighting to get back up, fighting to get back up, fighting to get back up. High, lower high, lower high. Telling you no, 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 no. The way is lower. Yep, find more support. Low down here. And let's just look at these wicks here. Wick, 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 wick. And this is all retailers in here. Looking to fight our way up here to go higher. Hang tight 1 second. Come on now, turn on. Hang tighter, guys. Having some issues here. There we go. Reload this again. Hold on here. Holy Christ, this is not working, is it? I'm getting hang tighter, guys. Whew. Man, look at these things down here, man. This is like, God damn. Like, I'll tell you what, man. You lose if you're an Avgo trader, right? Like, you lose this down here, man. That shit is on. Even this is telling you this is all retail in here. I mean, just look at this here. I'm not sell side, but if I was, I'd be like, fuck. Like, just like, not bearish here, but It's like if I was a seller, I'd be drooling to call this top on Avgo. I can see why they talk about it. I really can. We'll draw this one in right here. I can see what they're talking about. I mean, I don't want the trade, but I'm like fucking put that one down there. I can see what they're talking about. It's like, oh, living on a prayer. Oh, we're halfway there. Now, this white line right here, I do like Avgo above it. Like, I actually like Avgo, like, get that high right there. I actually like that fucker like right there, but I don't like it below it. This is like my bull bear line. Like bull bear. God, it's like I hate doing these ones because I already know what the if they get wrecked, they're gonna get wrecked hard. This one's important. This is your it's kind of like your bull line here. You go up here and do this one, it's on. Anything above 306.54, bears are fucked. A low, a high or low. I guess bulls are probably watching that. Like, bro, we got the low, we got the higher low, we got everything, bro. The other thing to be looking at here is this. You've got the equal legs. And what you were looking for here was what? That sweep higher. That did not happen. We swoop all the way down here. We do not make a new low. That means there's still demand here. This is likely retail. This is good to see. In the short term, this is good to see. We didn't break below over here. That's good. Good for the bulls. Now though, we have another set of equal legs, don't we? And over here, what happened? No follow through, sent to the depths of hell, right? Take a look at tighter. We're just gonna look at this data really quick. Tighter, just want to look at this. Got a big old gap in here.
So keep in mind, Fed's Kashkari has started his Q&A session. We will post a live video on the feed.
I'm gonna switch over now to the 1 hour. Go back to the 4 hour really quick and just see.
So that has now been posted on the feed for those interested. Not embedded on the website, but a link to the YouTube video is on the feed.
The day. This is where it's lost. This is cheap. This is all important up here. Hang tight, guys.
Fed's Kashkari says the Fed is not done with the work to bring inflation back to 2%.
So there's Wednesday. Close. Give me the close right there. There's close. Close right there.
Kashkari says inflation is still too high, but
Close on
labour market is
Thursday.
showing signs of cooling.
This is Friday. Close. All the sweeping down here.
Kashkari says the Fed is getting into a tricky situation with its mandates.
Don't hold me to this real quick. That's all you need to hit. Whale of July right there.
Fed's Kashkari says data suggests that the economy is slowing and moving to a soft landing.
July. These buyers right here.
And Kashkari says goods inflation is rising because of tariffs.
Started right here. Way down there.
Fed's Kashkari says need to watch tariff-related inflation to see if it's persistent. Fed's Kashkari says the job market break-even might now be 75,000 jobs per month.
do that one, but I'd rather be. God damn, it's down here. There's like a blood fucking bath down here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. Capitulation is right there.
Fed's Kashkari says, I'm skeptical that AI is showing up in the economic data.
Thursday, 12 p.m. Right in here. Right about there. And you only need this right here. So you only need to trade 308.13. You can trade higher than that, but there's no need to. This is Thursday close. Oh, yeah, blood them. Shank their fucking asses right now. So the way is lower. You have the chance here to trade up into their ER. None of this matters up here. I mean, you can do this, but it ain't gonna matter.
Kashkari says the Fed.
If you just hit that right there,
produced economic data.
if you just hit that right there, it's all you need, and that's for the greater part of later. If you hit that right there, in my view, you open the door firmly to that 350. And whether you hit this now, like early September, or you hit it, let's say we do like the 2018 bullshit, you're either going to hit this in September, October, November, or you're coming back for it into end of year. Now, it's important to see. One quick second here. I'm going to try to close some puts out here. Hold on. Close me some fucking puts, baby. Hang tight here. Yeah, we'll have to close right now. Just a few more seconds here. Hold on here. Exactly. You fuck around in the middle long enough and it ain't gonna matter. We're gonna fucking go up or down. It's like the world's easiest trade. I'm flat right now if you want to know. I just told the Discord. Okay, so let's get back to this business over here. I want to stay on track here with Avgo. So Avgo is a challenge here, for me at least. I want to show it to you on a daily basis and just show you here what is most important. I want to show you here what is most important. And this is kind of tracking with SPY right now. And what we're going to do is I'm going to mute this. Can I mute that? What's really important here is I want you to think about like legs. I want you to think about like you've got like this down move over here, right? You have this prior high right here, so you got this big move here. Wham, nice little diamond, and we ramp up. Okay, that's important. Now, theoretically, you want to hold this here, and it has held. And I can respect the idea that we go moonshot, right? We've held this, we should go moonshot. I can see that trade tomorrow. Like this trade here, I can see it, it's there. But this is like the fifth wave. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Normally you get a correction. From that fifth wave, you get a correction. Now, that correction, you don't want it to be more than this one right here. And in all honesty, I want it to be a little bit higher. So 1, 2, 3 over here. Well, this says November, but it could be October because of the time and all that. I'm just drawing this big for your eyes. And this is like a greater, like, you know, like jackknife down. You kind of have to hold this right here in that correction, if that makes any sense to you. It may not. This correction could hold right here, but a little bit of like, there's that fifth leg down, right? And you get these wicks. You only notice them in the time that you're in them. But everyone has hindsight trading. They forget them.
Do you see the release of the latest Fed's beige book?
When we move forward, they remember candles, but they never remember the wicks. They never remember like these little things down here. Like this little bloodbath right here. They only remember this move and then down. This stuff they never remember. I think David Amos says the wick does damage, camel tells the story. So you're kind of looking for that down there. I can see the fifth leg here moving higher, no problemo. But I want to show you this real quick and what I'm talking about here. So in my view, I don't care if we go up anymore. There's no requirements. I think you can go up here. I think you do get a squeeze. I'm bullish on Avgo's earnings. But I don't think they consequently matter. I think that when we come into this weak part of the year, what matters more is this triangle here as a base. And to be able to get long in here. So my thesis here for Avgo earnings is up. Hold on here. What did I do wrong here? Did I fuck something up? My thesis here is long for Avgo.
Fed's Kashkari says the US remains the world's most competitive economy.
Up. I don't care how high it goes. I just want it, the only thing I want it to hit is this number right here. 308.13, 306, somewhere in here. If we can hit this right here, I'm a happy guy. Because that just tells me that we're coming back. Hold on one second. Can you guys give me 2 minutes here? Hold on one second. I apologize for this. I have to take this phone call. Hold on one second here.
Fed's Kashkari says, I feel good about the US maintaining the reserve currency status. In 5 minutes' time now, at the top of the hour, we see the release of the Fed's Beige Book. 1 minute now for the release of the Fed's Beige Book. Ten seconds. Waiting on the release of the Fed's Beige Book now. So the Fed's Beige Book says most of the 12 Fed Reserve districts reported little or no change in economic activity since the prior Beige Book period. The 4 districts that differed reported modest growth. The Beige Book notes that most firms either reported little to no change in optimism or expressed differing expectations about the direction of change from their contacts. This report notes that the 10 districts characterized price growth as moderate or modest.
Apologize for that.
The Fed Beige Book says most districts see little or no growth.
Apologize for that for 2 minutes. I've got a I got a phone call. I had to take care for just a moment. Excuse me. Yes. Pretty much. I'm just like, oh my God, like I don't know how these people like make it in life. I shouldn't have said that. Sorry, I apologize. I'm like, what are you doing? Hair on fire. Hair on fire. This is yeah, that's how I feel. Sorry. All right, so let's get back to what we're talking about here. Okay, so we've got this here, right? The one thing that I want to warn you, I mean, I got to warn you of this, okay? There's a fucking rug pull in here. There's a rug pull in here for we're going to put this on an hour right now. There's a fucking rug pull in here. I'm just going to warn you of this. I am bullish on their earnings, okay? So I want to show you that. They're already rolling it over. So right down here, right? Roll this down. They give you the 6% that you're looking for to get to this upside. And I think all you really need is, you see this decline right here and here? You just need this like little breakout. Now there's a contingent of traders. I am very well aware right now of 3 competing arguments for the market. One argument for the market is, of course, traditional and seasonal, right? We're in seasonal weakness, right? We enter a season of volatility. We didn't get much volatility, did we? Then we enter season of bear, right? Bear season's right now. It's officially on as of today, right? September 3rd marks the high for the month historically. So there's a contingent of people that are like, hey, seasonal weakness, right? We're going down, right? This is not the time of the year, just as a baseline for, hey, I'm bullish. It really isn't. There's a second contingent of people that feel as though, well, the front end of February will be strong, at least into OPEX. We see that trend I showed you in SPY earlier, right? And they're like, hey, we're going to at least catch some highs and shit like that. Then we can sell the market, right? Catch the market and down. There's another contingent in the market that thinks that we're going to trade like 2018. We go ramp all the way up into, let's say, end of September, maybe even end of October. And then we blast down into Christmas. A lot of that contingent, if they're bulls, they don't fucking care. They've got like this hindsight vision. They'll come back at the top and say, why aren't we continuing higher? And they'll get annihilated down if we go down 30% with a market crash into Christmas. So you kind of have to look at all these sides and who all these people are and be like, yeah, I get that and I get that. We can trade this and all that kind of stuff. There's another contingent here that thinks this is the top. We're going to have a crash. We need a crash. We're too high right now, too much velo. It's more like the 1990s. You know what I mean? So like you got a lot of competing like narratives, competing if this, then that, and that kind of stuff. What I would say to you would be this. I would say a couple things. If you remember the diamonds that I drew for you earlier, or the triangles that I drew for you earlier, I think it's fine for us to like fade this, right? Get up here, whatever that is for their ER. Now, let's say we move into this blow off top. What the fuck do you care? I mean, literally. If we blow off top, it's going to go up, come back down, and you're going to get the smaller triangle than the larger triangle, right? So they blow this up to the upside. Let me just show you that outcome here. So they blow this out to the upside, right? Woohoo, kick-ass earnings. Everybody's happy. Right? We come back down, and let's say we start doing the blow-off top trade. So there's your hourly trigger. You can always come back in. We're now above 500. We're trading 550, and you get to, like, get long there. And I think that's where the argument comes from with, like, can we trade a blow-off top? Fuck yeah. Can we trade a 2018 where we just grind higher for September and October, and then we're crashing 30% in December? Yeah, we can do that right here. What you're positing is that we're going to do that, and you need to be long here. Full account. Fuck no. There's always another trade. So if you miss this, or if you take your money and run on underlying and we end up going up later, you can jump on board. You're not going to be left behind. You aren't. I'm telling you, you're not. You're going to get a chance to jump on the train, the roller coaster. I don't give a fuck if it fucking goes vertical. Just jump on right here and ride that shit up. You understand what I'm saying? The greater risk to you is on this downside over here. And as a trader, I would be waiting down here. I'd be waiting down here. You know, you can literally go up here, capture some of this, maybe Friday's 0 dates or something. Cheap 0 dates on Friday, Tech Friday. A little bit of exposure up here for this move up here rather than this move down here. You can do some of that if you want, but I still think it's a better trade up here. Sell that shit down. Still think it is. Unless we do this explosive, melt up shit. I think when you're this guy down here, you're like, it's up, right? Yeah, took the money and ran, came back down here, bought it again for a thing over here. You're just kind of like looking down here, or even a successful back test over here to get long. So for me, at least, I'm bullish into their ER. If you're trying to get a long into their ER, I think it's somewhere lower. I'm looking for like 296, 300, somewhere in here. This hourly trigger down here, going to put on like a call spread or something, try to capture that. I think that's fine. If you want to own Avgo, I think it's fine in here. If your thesis is that we move higher, if your thesis is that we're going to move higher and you're going to express that with underlying, I would say, yeah, you want to put 5 or 10% in here and just leave a ton of ammo down below to add to the position or add on a back test higher. I think that's fine too. But I think all in account, all that kind of stuff's kind of bullshit. I think in reality, the dealers are going to let you do this, and you're really just looking for that high, whatever that is. And that's, you guys know how like you hit a major high, right? You hit a major inflection point, and if you can tip your head above it, like this, right? Are we failing it? Are we whipping our head above it? Doesn't matter. You just want to look for that because you know that no matter what, you're coming back for it later. And to be honest with you, I do think midterm that the most likely outcome is this lower target down here. So just down here, 258, 262. I would start the accumulation slightly higher. I would start it right in here. Maybe down here trying to add. Oh, wait a minute. Down here trying to add for this end of year trade. And I know there's a bunch of bulls probably looking for that same trade. Like the real buyers on the real doom. You don't get too many opportunities for this where everyone's hair is on fire and the world is going to end. These same people that are always saying to you like, hey, bro, we're going to squeeze right here. Hey, bro, we're going to the moon. Those are the same fucking people that are, down here, their hair's on fire. Bro, it's too bearish. The same fucking people. They like fucking buy at the last possible moment. Only when it looks bullish. So, I do see this upside move. You can see it's fairly easy to see. You can see the bat wings, right? You got the wing here. You got the wing here. You got the wing right here, right? So I'll even give you an extension up here. I'll even give you an extension to right there before going down.
Fed's Kashkari says, we have every reason to believe that there will be a gentle cooling in the economy.
But this still looks a hell of a lot better down here to me.
Fed's Kashkari says interest rates have some room to come down gently.
Still. It's still like, and I'd even give you this into Friday close. I'll even give you that into there. If you're trying to express this trade, if your thesis is that we're going up, I would say put some time on it. Maybe put OPEX or something, the 19th, I believe, of September, if that's your thesis. But I think they're going to do it quick. I think you go up down here, you get a good thing, you get the reaction. I think they sell it before we ever get to it. I think we hit that like NFP and all that kind of stuff, and you're going to get sucked into...
Feds Kashkari says we are not forecasting a recession.
You're going to get sucked into market weakness.
Kashkari says
it's in your benefit to some extent. If we look at history, let me mute my camera over here. Oh, no, hold on here. If we look at earnings history, I want you to look at this here with me. You see that down there? That's September of 2024. They shanked it. They shanked it. August 2023, shanked it. September of 2023, they ripped it, but then shanked it back down again. There was another opportunity. And this was already in a decline, too, in 2022, in a bear market. We're not in a bear market. Now, we do have this one here. This is the September of 2021. Where we actually went up, but you were still afforded another buy. You were still afforded another entry. And that's my whole point here, is that this is my whole point here. If we go up, you're still going to be afforded an entry, right where these guys were. So there's a little bit of safety. Like, hey, let the FOMOers do it. And I can still get long in here to go up. Conditions are improving. Volatility is fading. So at least historically speaking,
I'm confident independent Fed can control
voice news.
Got to turn that guy off. You know, like even from the perspective of, hey, I missed that one trade, you're still going to be let in. Historically, the other historical examples in bull runs say that they're going to shank you in that the trade was later on. So I think in both circumstances, if you want to trade this up, look for a deep low to catch that or to add. If we squeeze up, you can add again over here. If you're only, let's say, adding 10% of your I don't know, your yearly buy-in for Avgo, you only add 10%, you can always be waiting down here to slam the other 90%, or even right here for the other 90%. Or 10% over here, sorry. In my only fear here, if I had like any kind of fear, if there was like any kind of like doom, it's that velocity. That velocity scares the shit out of me because once it's on, right? If this misses, if this doesn't beat by expectations that triggers buying upon buying the next day, those retailers can be scared in a minute. And they will fucking disappear on you. That guy out there that's telling you Avgo Moon, if they fart sideways, they're gone. You won't hear from them ever again. So that's my only like, hey, I'm like negative on this stock. That's it. And that can be violent. It can be nasty. What's this downside move over here too? It's like October 5th. This is I think we said 10%, right? And that's 10% right there. By October 3rd, I think. And that makes sense. I think being over there, you know, and there's the last part to this too. If you're listening to me speak about Avgo, if you were to apply, let's say I talk about a stock like any stock like this, any stock. I think if you were to run that trade 100 times, and maybe let's say 30% of them run away, but the other 70 that don't and come down here, if you just stuck with those rules, you'd be a way happier trader. Does that make sense? If you were doing the weight trade rather than this trade, you're going to get annihilated 7 out of 10 times. And the other 70% of the time you're down here. So you're going to probably have a higher rate of win overall and be happier and own lower. You're the guy that's on lows. You're the guy with, you got room to spare. And I always want you to think about that. When people's hair are on fire, when the stock's on fire, that's when you step in. It really is. It really, truly is. Like, that really is. Like, you want to be a happy bull in the stock that you love. So if you meet somebody that's like an Avgo bull, you always want to meet the Avgo bull that's like, dude, I'm just waiting for that fucking day where it's on fire. Because they happen. And that's when you want to be tuning into those bulls, when they're all their hair's on fire, and you go, oh, yeah. And if that doesn't happen on that stock, you don't get married to it. There's a whole fucking litany of them that do. How many times have you seen me on this show look for a stock that's on fire after an ER, and I'm like, ooh, I'm going to go in there and buy it? Now, how many people blew up their accounts doing that? So I would caution you too, just in that context. Well, Cap was so bearish and it mooned. I don't give a fuck. I've got another 100 stocks that I look at. You can see them over here. Right here. You can't see them here. Hold on. Right here. I got a whole litany of them. And if they meet my parameters, I'm always right. I mean, literally. We're not quite down there yet. I want this even lower, believe it or not. Way down here. But do you guys understand what I'm saying here? Like, some of you have been around with me since the beginning. And I think it holds up well. Like, you start building a list of stocks that you like. And whenever they're on fire, you add to them. Like, if you're like, hey, I'm an Avgo trader. Every fucking big red day, I'm just adding to it. Are you adding to it on big green days? Nope. Just in these big down moves, you let the people talk shit about it going to zero. You let the people talk shit about how AI trade is over. You don't fucking care. You're just in there piling in on the absolute worst days. So this conversation is not for you if you're in Avgo lower. People that are in Avgo lower are like, yeah, bro, bring it on. Give me the red. You know what I mean? So if you're that guy on Avgo going into their ER tomorrow, you're like living and dying by the sword. How many times can you do that before you get annihilated? So anyways, Avgo, tactfully bullish into tomorrow. I would personally like to buy, if you were to take that trade, I personally would like to buy like 296. If I was bullish, 296 with a call spread. Personally, I'd put a lot of fucking time on it. I'd be 296, I'd be putting like February on that shit. And I'd be looking for a print at 350. 348. So 296 with a spread to 348. And I would make it a small trade. And if it blows up, not blows up, but doesn't print until February, OPEX, I don't know what that is in 25 right now. Top man, I think it's the 19th. And if that's trades on fire, I can always come back to it later to print. And I can always buy more or lower. Does that make sense? Like, oh shit, we did blast down to fucking 264. Oh my god, it went to 250. Well, I got my call spread. Hopefully, still hit the 350. Hopefully, we like whipsaw back up. And meanwhile, I'm adding to Avgo and I'm selling puts against it. So you're wrapping these trades up so that even if you're losing, there's another way for you to make money in the back end of them. So I think that's what my takeaway would be on Avgo. Tactfully bullish from 290 with a print of 306.54, potentially 308.54. I would even give it possibly I would even give it a possibility of 316.78, although I don't think it's needed. And then I'd be looking lower at like 264-ish, 270-ish. And I think that's the bigger trade. I think, and we should probably talk about that. If you looked at the Larry Williams outlook, there's some weakness, not necessarily price-wise, but just market weakness until about the middle of October. That fucking guy is a good trader. If I'm looking for the all clear sign and we have a little bit of blooding and some sideways action, weed out these fucking FOMOers, regardless of where price is, and start like legging into shit in that mid-October time frame, I think you're going to be okay. And we can run that shit up. You know what I mean? You just run it up with some feeling of security. You know, we're back. We're through this seasonal weakness. Market should be supported. Everybody wants a big print to the end of the year, regardless of price. Whether we hang out at 300 or 290 doesn't matter. You want that momentum coming up from the depths of hell to propel you up and away. And I think that is a big thing. I think that matters. And I don't see that right now. So let's look at this really quick one more time. You know, just to have that like, you know, how do we get to 680? Well, you need the weekly, in my view. So that's the weekly right there. You know, you get this big old like, you know, like prices down here. And then you get like all of this concentration of momentum, and they're whipsawing you up. Whether that's early October, I don't know exactly when that is, but you want that, like, you want all of it, all of that momentum on multiple frames to help. And the weekly looks fucking strong. The weekly looks good right now. It's in like peak performance. Any fucking around down here in this weekly is likely going to get smashed to the upside. And the daily's looking kind of weak. So I know for a fucking fact that if you fart, that shit's all gone. The weekly will hold it. These are where the real buyers are, by the way. These fuckers are ready to push this shit up. So come to daddy, move it up. And if Avgo doesn't provide that, there's a shit ton of stocks that will. We just looked at NVDA, and you could see the disparity between the moves, right, between these two stocks. So I think you can always find something adjacent or trades like it, but diverging in price, so that you can also express that trade up and to the right. So tactfully bullish. I doubt it holds after the I doubt it holds after their report into Friday. Maybe you get a little bit of kick of NFP for more uppies. If NFP is good, you'll catch maybe one more rip higher, but I would still be looking down here for that breakout trade over here. I think it's an easy way to blow up your account. I'll be honest with you. There's easier trades. So tactfully bullish, price target on the upside, 316.56. Still looking lower into seasonal weakness to get long. I think this is the most probable outcome. All the other outcomes, like if you're looking at the 1990s trade, right? If you're looking at I'm going to show you what these trades look like really quick. So if you look at like the 1990s trade, it looks like this. Bloodbath, 30% downside move. If you look at the 2018 trade, it looks like this. Grind, 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 grind. Guess what? Bloodbath. This was the buy in December. Right here. You're just kind of still hanging out down here, hanging out down here. If you're looking at the most likely outcome, fade, 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 rip higher. 1, 2, 3, 4. I think we're at 4. This is the 4 down move. It can either be flat or it can be sharp. And then we get that extension 5th leg in the market into March, February, December, or whatever. So any kind of doom weakness, buy it between now and mid-October, if that makes any sense. The most likely outcome is something like this. Something like this is the most likely outcome. Even if it just parks in here. Maybe a quick down move, and then up and away. Just be Johnny on the spot down here. Forget this bullshit. You'll never remember it again. You'll come back and be like, oh yeah, Cap, I bought the doom, bro. Or, Cap, you know what, I missed that trade, but I bought the back test. I traded the whole entire melt up together. And then I sold the fuck out of it at 350, made a bunch of money. I'll leave this inside the Discord for you. And just let me check one more thing here. Let me check one more thing. Just make sure I'm not fucking insane. Yeah, it's like 160. It's whatever the July low is what I'm trying to buy here. And then we get like a bloodbath coming in the spring, and then we'll go back and attack it again. This will be the formation of a triple top. There's like a you want to see where the inverse head and shoulders is? It's like this. It's just like this. It should be something like this. We do the 5th wave. 1, 2, 3. There's your March, April low. Fight back in the summertime. And there it is right there. Something like that. There's your spring low. This is your double correction for next year. 1, 2, and finally 3 into year end of 26. It'd actually go a little bit deeper. This is only if conditions deteriorate, which I expect they will. I can't prove it right now because you cannot predict a recession. Don't believe that. Anything could happen. But if conditions continue on the way they are, that would be the basis for your triple top right there. And you can see that larger diamond. This is going to be important. This will be a big fight in my view up here. But we're not there yet. So anything can happen. The greater thing for me is buying this right here. Buying that triangle, getting us up there, get that big print at 350. This is what it looks like to me. Hold on here. I'll post this for you in the Discord. Yeah, it's the easier trades are always bloodbaths. So if you're, let's talk about that really quick. I gotta get into this close here. I gotta give you guys an expectation. So who you want to be looking towards here is like Winky. So I mostly trade blue chips, SPOOs, and I trade spec growth, not memes, the stocks that become memes. Okay. Winky is great. I don't have a lot of time to manage what I'm in. Winky trades stocks. And what I find fascinating about Winky is that he's more event driven with stocks. He doesn't care if it's a good stock, bad stock, just that it diverges from the rest of the pack. Let's start with this conversation. Let's have this conversation if we can. I'll try to keep it quick. So, tighter. We hit this one right here. You see it? We nailed it right there. We got out in here. What I want to talk to you about is being a profitable investor and trader. So, the larger the baskets that you have that you're interested in, the more that stocks will come to you. I think that's a key thing here. I talk to people about it all the time where I say, don't get married to a stock. Don't. It's okay to find out what those people are doing, but don't ever get married to a stock. Stocks in particular. If you have spent any time in the market, there's a new flavor of the month, new flavor of the bull run, new flavor for the next bull run. You'll notice that you'll get interest in your stock and then it goes away. Then it comes in. You're like, wait, where's everybody going? Now they don't care about your stock. So I like to have baskets. Winky's great at this. He'll look at like some blue chips and be like, hey, the S&P 500 is going up and Disney's going down. It's diverging. There's no reason for you to trade a stock when you can own the S&P 500. There's no CEO. They literally take out the shit co's and they put in the good co's, right? There's no fraud. There's no going out of fashion. So if you can't beat the S&P 500 returns year in, year out, plus you get a dividend in SPY, and you get to sell options to suckers, why the fuck wouldn't you buy SPY? So if you're going to trade stocks, right, there better be a fucking reason, right? It has to be diverging from the S&P 500, from NASDAQ. So if that's true, and let's say we enter a bull market, and you want to outrun or beat the S&P 500, there's only a few ways for you to do it. One of them is with spec growth that outperforms, right? That make real tangible shit. They don't promise you anything. They're like, hey, we got this over here I'm doing. I've actually got software. Hey, I've actually got a sand pit somewhere, right? Tangible things. No promises, no bullshit. I got a cell phone, right? And they could outperform the S&P 500. The second thing you're probably looking for is a divergence during that bull period. So you start to collect these stocks that you're interested in. You have to own them. You're just like, hey, this stock over here is doing this. Spec growth, it's outperformed. Its fucking fundamentals are through the fucking roof. And it's diverging. Or it IPO'd at a high and it's starting to sell and it's being accumulated now in a bull market. Or they got some bullshit news, lopsided calls, blasted down in the depths of hell. And what does Winky do? Winky's there waiting. You can look at his post history. You can actually track him from the beginning of this, not the other, even forget the other Discord, but the other, or even just this Discord. This shit's on fire. I'm going to buy it. No one likes Winky when he posts that shit. He might get like one like if I say something. Winky will go in the Discord and he'll be like, this fucking thing's on fire. You know, people will be like, oh, it's because they're woke, or it's because of this, or it's because of that. Go fuck yourself, Winky. And then Winky's like, all right, fuck it, whatever. I'm going to do it myself. It's like Winky's in there buying, accumulating that shit. He's selling fucking puts down below the suckers. And then it comes back to where that stock fucking moons. That stock outperforms S&P 500. It's outperformed because it's spec growth, right? And Winky, you ask Winky, you're like, bro, when did you buy that? Oh, I bought it at $100. Bro, that shit's trading $700 right now. I know, I got it in a fucking discount. I was the only guy down there buying that, fucking sweeping up that shit. So you're usually alone when you're doing that. No one cares. There's no party. There's no fucking craziness. There's no happiness. There's no, yeah. You want to be a part of the crew and the team and all that kind of shit. Bro, I was long too, bro. I made so much money, bro. Let me suck you off, bro. Well, suck me off, man. I'll suck you off. Meanwhile, in the trenches, Winky's down there in the fucking trenches buying that shit. And I think that applies to stocks that you like. Like, I like this stock and that stock and this stock and that stock. Start making a list. Create your own ETF. And start setting alerts. Right? I know that like, if this fucker goes all the way down there, it'll tell me. Find out if it's market conditions, if it's something wrong with the company, or if it's just general bullshit. Accumulation, distribution. And then you're down there buying it to accumulate it when nobody else is there. And I think that matters. I think that matters in SPY too, to some extent. I think there are a lot of traders out there, investors out there. I think their thesis for this season is we're walking into a period of time where you lay off regardless of price outcome, and you're ready to step back in because of your bullish thesis early October, mid-October. And where are we with price there too? And is the market on your side? And I think that matters more. And you got, that's like a gimme. It's like easy. It's like a side of a barn thing. So anyways, Avgo, relatively bullish into their ER. I think it gets sold. If it is the trigger for us to break out in a way, do that 2018 vertical trade, we can be there and trade it easily. I think it's the easy trade though is for you as a bull to just kind of hang out. I look at the market right now as I'm a bull, but with a seller's perspective. Now I wrote it in a brief last night. I don't know if I wrote it exactly as it should be written, but if I expect something to work in a supportive environment, I don't expect it to work in a non-supportive environment. Does that make sense? So if I'm like, okay, I have a hourly trigger here. I've got a daily trigger here, right? DT. I have an HT right here. And I have a WT right here, right? And if I'm looking at price, it's fairly easy in a supportive environment. We go up, bounce, buy the dip. We go down, bounce, buy the dip. Easy, easy. We go down. Hey, done that like 3 or 4 times. Then we get down to the daily trigger. And let's say I buy this here. Let's say I fuck it up. I didn't even wait for a proof of life. Oh, it's the daily trigger. Okay, we'll add there. Right? Woo! We did it again. I'm a fucking rock star. Right? And then we come into like, 1 to 3 months has passed. We're probably going to get a correction. Shocker, right? I can still buy that, right? Yay, buying the dip, buying the dip, buying the dip. And then you come into like twice a year. Spring and fall. 2 times of the year. It's the only 2 times of the year I got to go, you know what? Maybe we do pull back a little bit deeper. Maybe that doesn't hold. That daily trigger. Maybe even this doesn't hold. maybe that back test is more likely to fail. That one's more likely to fail, and that one's more likely to fail. So even if I have proof, so even if I got like, we're up, we're down, and let's say we make a new high, and I think we're going to go up. In a supportive environment, I'm all for that. I'm like, fuck yeah, man. You got the low is marked. We got the new high. We got a higher low. We got velocity underneath this. We got hourly trigger underneath this. All in, tits long. I think twice a year you go, maybe not. Maybe we're up even here, right? Low, marked low, new high. We're expecting this explosive move up. We got this little thing right here going on. I go, you know what? I'm going to hedge that fucking thing right there. I'm expecting that to happen, but all of a sudden, shank. And you're fucked. You're like, God damn it, I'm all in on that easy-ass trade. Because the market's not that supportive, right? So if you're looking from the sell side of things, like I'm a buyer, but from the seller's perspective, they're like, this asshole thinks we're going up here. Watch me, I'm going to come in here and just jam them up in here. I think simply put, just thinking like that with a hedge or a strangle or straddle or something like that, this might fail even though it's showing me up. I think that's that caution is warranted. And I think that if you do that year in, year out, even if you have one fucking year that doesn't do it, I think you're still going to be a more successful, profitable trader than those one-offs with risk. And I think if that one-off year is true, you just trade it day in, day out. I wish I knew we were going to squeeze to the moon. Like it was going to be like a trade like 2018. Well, fuck it. You can trade it day in, day out. You can follow that fucker all the way up. Instead of just, I should have just bought some calls for February, bro. We'd end up ramping into November, you know what I mean? And I could have gotten out then, coulda, shoulda, woulda. Hindsight trading. Instead, you could just be like, yeah, we're going higher. We got new highs. We're going higher, breaking out. We got a new high in the market. I'm going to chase that fucker. I'm going to slam it down every day and buy the dip. And I got risk on the market, but not quite the what? The furu risk. And I think the furu risk is the danger. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. I think you have to be aware of all outcomes and their probability. And then I think you put the risk on that you need to for those as they unfold and tell you where we're going. And I think right now that there's a high chance of some disappointed fucking traders into like early October, in my view. I think that's the most probable outcome. It's like a 30% chance of that happening, which is a high probability in in any market. Anyways, if you took that strangle straddle thing with me, you should have gotten paid. Let's take a peek at what to expect for tomorrow together before the end of the day. It's 2:47 right now. Maybe I'm just talking out. Maybe I'm just going off on tangents and losing all of you, but maybe not I think the membership gets it. The community, I think, gets it 100%. Maybe it's the free watchers that have no fucking idea of context because we did this private stream and then a brief yesterday. So let's look at triggers really quick on SPOOs. Let's see if any of this matches up. We got the downside move right here for a print. Very happy. We're going to delete all this. We're going to take a look at the market and just see what we can see here. And let's actually look at this from the seller's perspective. This is actually good here. Leave that one on. Nope, not that one. Hold on. Let's just look at this from a seller's perspective here. If you were looking at this from a buyer's perspective in a supportive environment, what would you be looking for? Right? Go up here, close the gap. Made a nice little high right here, right? Woohoo! Bro, you got your cup and handle for the breakout, right? We're out of here. Worst case scenario, we hit down here and we're up and out of here, right? Higher low, dips will be bought, moving up and away. That would be the thought process. I'm going to tell you what a seller sees here. I want you to know what a seller is seeing here. Okay? I'll show you what they're seeing here. This is what the seller's seeing here. Seller's like down, 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 right? A shitty seller's probably short right here, blown out. What is that seller looking for right now? He's like, ooh, they topped it right here. This was the gap. They closed it. Did they get the high? No. That's good. I'm going to start getting short in here. I'm fucking short. What am I looking for? New fucking low down here, bro. These fucking bulls are trying to buy this bullshit. They're trying to buy this bullshit for the cup and handle. These fuckers are coming in. Sell, 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 sell. That's what they're looking at. So if you're a bull and you know that the sellers are here and that they're going to try to send us where? The sellers are already trying to get us down here to trend. And they're going to try to take another swipe at it right there, right? Wham. So if you're a bull, what are you looking for here? Lower, right? That's where you likely want to be if you're even going to buy it. We're also near 633, 630. What would be another thing that you're looking for here? Let's look at it. In a season of weakness, what are you looking for as a bull here? You're looking for what? Close the half back trade, hold right here. Hold, right? Then you're looking for an immediate all-time high. Immediate. And even then, you're looking for what? Some move like this, right? 1, 2, 3, a bounce. And you're literally long here. You got a lot of work, don't you? Like coast is clear, breakout trade, melt up trade starts over here somewhere. It don't start down here. Starts up here. You got the low, you got the higher low, you got the new high, you got a higher low. This is all telling you bulls are in charge. Risk on. So we're not in risk on yet, are we? Not for the trader that doesn't lose money. And we already know that these fucking sellers, they're just waiting for us to get back down here, right? These fucking guys right here, they're going to take every shot that they can. Halfback trade done, sell it. How far are you looking? Oh, dude, I'm looking for fucking this bullshit over here. I'm looking for these fake out over here and right down there. 1, 2, 3. Oh, give me an extension for 5 down there. Give me 630. As a bull, you should be like, yeah, I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 down here. It's gonna get messy down there. As a bull, you're looking way lower, or you're way up here. Right now, that's not really the case. Make sense? So, perspective of a buyer, supportive season, fuck yeah, buy the fuck out of that. Come down here, wham, wham, wham. Whew. New high, back down. Risk on, baby. Not so much right now, right? Here they are right here. These are your sellers. We kind of have a little bit more breathing room now too, don't we? Now have these guys right here. little bit more information, a little bit more spread out. We know where we squeeze. It's right here. A buyer from a seller's perspective. There's some positive here too, isn't there? This is all positive right here. It's not like we can't go higher. We just have to have proof. And there's something else to be told here too, isn't there? Just look at this on a daily basis. Right here, right? All the way down here, they bought it, right? Down here, they bought it. Down here, they bought it. So we know where support is, don't we? Support's somewhere down in here, right? So if you're a buyer, right there, right? But you're kind of already bought that, didn't you? And you get a couple more chances. You can see they're here. Right there. They're right there. They're right there. Right there. They're right there. Up, 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 up. Up, up. Looking for the print. Not getting it. Big sellers down here. They're winning, by the way. They're winning, right? So if we break up, you can jump on that. We break down, you can jump on that, right? This is the triangle straddle strategy. And look at this right here. This is yesterday. These buyers are still here. They bought all that up. They bought all that. They made some money. Cha-ching. Where are they at? Probably right here, right? If these buyers are gone, if these buyers wind up being gone, where are they? Are they here? Or are they lower? Because that lower is like, whew. I mean, it's somewhere in here. 635. In reality, they're down here. 619, 617, down here, right? Somewhere down in here. 626, 619, somewhere in here. There's a couple of them in here. One right there. Probably a little bit higher. It's like right here. When you start telling people it's not right there, it's going to be fucking wham. If we do that, then it's wham. They're still here, though. Let's look at this. We're saying that we think that AvGo triggers us up before we get into NFP. We got to remember that. 4, there's 4 right there. Oh, there's the day right there. We got a whole nother block up here, 4-hour doom. And we need this right here. You see this? Look at that candle right there. This has to hold here. I need to get long here. See that candle right there? There's a lot of information here. Can't break this. If we break that, I would get long right now. If it was me, I'd be getting long here. Just a heads up to you. Long, long, long. Long 0 dates. 1 date, 0 dates. Get long. It's going to rip up to the upside. Just look at this really close. Target 641.33. And let her remember this right here. Let me check this really quick. Well, that's bullish as fuck right there. Yeah, there's a lower low on this one. Maybe not. This is not good right here. You see this? It's not good. That's meaning that you could get a lower one and a lower one and a lower one. That's actually not good. Good in the interim, but not. I don't like the setup. I don't like the new low on Velo and the hourly Velo. You're gonna be pissed at me. 1600. Plunge that shit. Thursday close. I'll give you Friday 1600 worst case scenario. This captures Avgo right here. Thursday, 12 p.m. Friday, 1600. Now, if we already did this one right here, right? We took that one. If you catch a new high up here, I would be open to kind of a trade up in here. Start talking about that. Look at that outcome, huh? This is not the likely outcome where we are right now. And this is the one that I'm in right here. This is Wednesday, Thursday. Where's Thursday? 10 a.m. This is 12. 10 a.m. It's same shit. Squeeze it up. Liquidity. Slam it down into 10 a.m. 12 p.m. Buck slam. Plenty of time for Avgo to go up. Sell right into NFP. I think this can go earlier, but it doesn't matter. I'll give you to the end of 4 p.m. on Friday. If you're a bear, you want to see the close on Friday. You want to see a break of 625.67. If you can see that, we can start partying over the weekend, and we can go way the fuck down into the 18th. But if you can't get it done, we won't go down there. So target price on Friday for bears is a break of 625.67 to get the party started. And I think you're fine in here. I think you're fine for right now, but I would be short into tomorrow and into Friday for where we are right now. See if I can let me just draw this again because that looks kind of fucking goofy. Just what is that? It's Thursday, 12 o'clock. Call it right there. This is Thursday, 9 a.m. That doesn't matter. This is all that matters right here. I'll give you something else gnarly, too. This could easily plunge way down there. Wham. There's your Avgo. Wham. Blood all the way back up right there. Just right in there. Ooh. If we can break out at any point, we'll start talking about that trade, but not until we're there. Not there, not considered right now. If Avgo can launch us up, shank this thing down tomorrow. Avgo launches us up. Open to that trade too. But not there right now. Just for right now. Pretty fucking bared up into tomorrow. Shit ton of stuff coming out. Price target tomorrow morning, 6:30, 6:32. I think I said this morning, this afternoon. I told you up here. I think we were like right here, and I was like, I think we were up here, and I said, nope, we closed it. And I said to you, yeah, I'm open to this. They're cheap. I think they were like 3 or 4 cent calls, but the puts is what I really want. So 6:30 tomorrow. 6:30 would be reasonable. I would do 6:32, 6:34. And there's one more thing here: is you got to watch out for 6:35. You're gonna like you're gonna stop in here. You're gonna bounce. It's gonna take a minute. And then you slam down into this thing right here. This accounts for Avgo earnings to the upside. I think Avgo outlook I have mimics this relatively the same. Market's nice and encapsulated. We're within the like the options chain. If we go way up here and start coming in, you'd get the options flow that would expand us to the upside. So for right now to tomorrow, bearish. Downside. Yeah. I am bear into tomorrow. Well, I mean, there's a few things here. Like, I'm going to give you a few things here. There's some things here. There's some points of contention here. So, you know, if you hold this down below and we start waiting for Avgo, let's say they won't give you this to the end of the day on Avgo miss. I don't think so. I think they blood this here. We shank it and then go up here, personally. But I'm open to this bull trade. I just need to see a sign of life. So I just need to see. I see that we did this one right here. This is the cup. This is the handle. It hasn't been given up yet. But you do want to be like, right here taking that trade. Because we're in bear season, I would not trust this cup. Fuck no. Fuck no. Do not trust it. I see the trade. I'm looking at it from a seller's perspective. This is how you get the you got served trade down here. So the trade is either higher or it's way the fuck down there. 630 or a breakout with a confirmation. That's what I've got right now. I can't say we won't do the breakout confirmation, but I wouldn't trust this fucking thing. And I know, like, if we were in bull season, I'd be like, oh god, these bears are gonna chase this. Like the Wall Street shit. But I think, like, in this season, this is a perfect opportunity to, like the 1 out of 9 times that it doesn't work, it works. Now, you don't necessarily have to trade this trade. You just want to be down here waiting for a dip. Let me show you another perspective here. If you are bullish here, you're like, Cap, I disagree. Cap, I think we're going to suck these guys up over here. You would still want the dip buy at this point to be like, more than likely, like right here. Like right about here. We're not that far away from it, are we? It's like right there. So let's say let's say we're bullish. Bleed down here, good reports. Whew, minute tomorrow morning. All right, I'm a buyer. You know, breakout up here, come back down, hourly trigger, buyer again. So I even think as a bull, it's you're still waiting. The only other thing that I see here that I could be wrong on would be this handle. It hasn't been violated yet. It can ramp. But I still think as a bull, you let the print up happen, come down, and you're a trader right there, bullish. Trading it from like right here. If you're a bull, you need to, I'm telling you guys, I'm telling you. I'm telling you, this is how we get here is we get here with what would you call it? We get here with like normally the way we make our way down is, let me get back to the main screen here. Normally how we make our way down is shit like this. Where you have like the Pavlovian response. I think there's great squeeze trades here, great up trades. I just think that I think in this time of the month, this time of the year, that when you're gonna get the rug pull, it's normally like right about here. They just pull that fucking thing out. You're on fire, and then you learn your lesson. And we haven't had that yet. You could express this with a straddle, a strangle. You don't need to do just like all down. You can do a bunch of calls and puts that are outside the money. You can do calls and puts that are in the money. And you just you manage one side that's losing, and one side that's winning. So I think it's fine for you to be like, Cap, you're wrong. I know you guys like you guys like what I think. I think doing a straddle, strangle, something like that, where you're indifferent with outcomes. I think that's fine. But I'm just gonna warn you here. If there's a time to do it, it's right now. If there's like a time to like pull the fucking pants off a bull, it's probably this close. And they shank your ass. Like it's perfect. So just think about that in the overnight. And we got a bunch of data tomorrow. We got like fucking 100 things coming out tomorrow. We're in bear season. I would just be easy. If you're a bull, you want more sure things. You want it like as sure as possible. If you're like, hey, I came out of bear season and I had 100 great trades, something's wrong with you. You should have like 4 or 5 solid killer fucking bull trades. Even with this big orange bar right here. We go out of cash market, dude. They pull that fucking rug on you. Yeah, you can kind of be long here. You can be long here into the close. I would just be afraid after the bell. I think these guys are going to be in here like this. Look at this closely here. I think these guys are going to be just like this. We're going to go up, and these fuckers are going to be right here waiting for you. They're going to be right fucking there. Wham. And I can't guarantee you that you're going to be fine in cash market. So it's a low probability that you'll be fine in cash market. So, maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, no, I get it. Just take your time, guys. Like, dude, I gotta tell you, like, you guys don't need to fucking win right now. Like, this is fall, man. You just hang out. Sure thing. In, out, take the money and run. You don't need to be making all your money like, can you imagine being like a trader and being like, bro, I made all my money in the fucking in one of the 2 worst parts of the year as a bull? Like, that's insane. Doesn't sound right. All this easy trading all year long, and you're in here fucking fighting for this and fighting for that. I realize most gains can be made here, but probably on the sell side. So, and you saw they stepped in today, right? Right here. They're right here. They're waiting. They're just proved to you that they're here to sell. There's a bear in this fucking show right now watching you, and he's like, I'm fucking right here, bro. Show me the way. He's like right there just waiting. I already looked at Avgo. What the fuck you guys talking about? I'm bullish on Avgo. I think I got this all kind of lined up for the breakout on Avgo too. So I think this matches Avgo pretty close. If Avgo misses, dude, you guys are fucked. I think I've got both the breakout for Avgo I've got in here. I got room for Avgo to go up and sell. I've got room for Avgo to break out and away. And if we go that way, we can trade it. You guys I can't believe how many times you guys are like, It's always like, I always feel like it's like, if the market's down here, I want to buy puts, bro. I'm like, no, close those fucking things out, dude. We're done with that trade. I just talked to you about this whole fucking trade. No, I'm like, yeah, get along in here, you know? And then I'm like, yeah, these fuckers are going to come in over here and try to sell your ass down, you know? Well, I'm too afraid to short over here, Cap. What the fuck you mean? This is the place. Put the stops above it. Fucking sell that shit. You know what I mean? Oftentimes think it's very common with traders that are like, I need proof first. By the time they fucking get their proof, they're fucking selling into you, closing into you. They're on the other side of the trade at that point. Yeah. My one big fear on, if I had any big fear, well, outside of the normal like velocity shit, if I had any big fear, well, I guess this works two ways. If Avgo is the only trade in the market long, you could see it ramp. If it like, oftentimes, if that's the only fucking bullish thing out there, you'll see it just fucking moon. But at the same time, you need those buyers to step in, and you can't have a bad report. So I'm open to Avgo ramping tomorrow. I'm open to a big trade on Avgo on Friday, or at least into the close on Thursday. But my only point there is that you need the continuation too. Like you need the I'm buying calls on Friday morning on Avgo. Which you can get. Let's say we go down on NFB, if the only bullish trade is Avgo and they're already up on Friday morning, those fuckers will swoop in and just be like, fuck it, let's trade Avgo. And I got no problem trading Avgo with you. If you want me to take a trade with Avgo, I'm down for it. I will take that trade with you in Avgo. But just you know, like be patient. I think that's it. That's all I got on it. If we start blooding in the morning, we can grab some cheap-ass Avgo calls, ride that fucker up all day long, and then buy more fucking Avgo calls on Friday is my point. Just be a little patient. Yeah, there should be a squeeze into the close. They should be selling the overnight. If you're in the overnight right now, we already know where you're going to be selling, right? These fuckers are right up here. They're right here. 642.92. That's where they're hiding. And they're laying off right now. They're not going to sell into you until they're up here. You got no downside move to warrant it either. So you're going to go up into the close. Right up in here. They're waiting up here. That's where I would be. It'd be somewhere up in this motherfucker. Oops, I shouldn't be swearing. Somewhere up in here to sell into you. They got a beautiful thing up here. A little bit high, like right here. Right about there. Somewhere in here. It's like right fucking in here. That's where I'm selling into you, right up in there. You know, normally it's like if we were in like a supportive season, I'd be like, we're going to run these fuckers over up here. We're going to go over there. And now I'm like, yeah, I don't know. I'd be fucking slam you here, slam you there, drive you back down to the depths of hell. We got salty bears in our Discord right now. Impatient motherfuckers. You want your goddamn print early so you can go home, don't you? These fucking bears, you got to make them suffer until 4 p.m. on Friday. They want that shit like right now. It's bad enough it's already a short week. You guys aren't good enough with just waiting until Friday, 4 fucking sessions. These fucking bears want it all like today. They're like, I want 618 like today, Cap. I'm like, dude, they're gonna bleed your eyes out on that shit. I know, they gotta pay rent. I would say something else here too. If you got the early prints, it probably means we're gonna moon the fuck out of the market. If you get the late print though, that means you're gonna suffer all month. It's gonna be like pulling teeth. You're gonna wait until like October fucking 5th to get the real money. Grind your asses for like straight month and a half, 6 straight weeks of grind. If I see bears get an early print, I think they're done. They do the hit and run and disappear. If they get their print early, they're out of here. They're happy with what they get. It's like, give me the money, I'm out of here. Bye. If they grind it like this, it's gonna be all fucking month of bullshit misery. You know, you get like that 100-point fucking move, like right on month end. You know, like that downside move, and it's like one fucking day. You get like 30 or 40 points on Vixpiration, quarterly Vixpiration, and then you get like another 100 fucking points on the last day of the fucking month. And meanwhile, you're just beating each other off for like a whole fucking month. We're over here like swinging our dicks about it for like fucking 30 straight days. It is one way or another, isn't it? It blows when it's like that, right? I think that's what Vol Wiz is angry about too. Like we fuck around for like 30 days. 2 real down days in the entire fucking month with real blood. I know there's a bear out there that's thinking about that and going, fuck you, Cap. Eat shit and die, bro. Those are the worst. I do that with the bull all the time, like up, down, up, down, up, down. Fucking 1 day of print. You're like, God damn it. Fucking took me 3 fucking weeks to get that motherfucking print. You guys are always watching and waiting in the background, I bet. I would be. Squeezing up here into the bell right now. Let's watch it on a 1 minute basis. Let's watch this here just so you can see it. There goes the crank. Usual suspect squeezing up into the bell for liquidity. Watch that. I want to, you guys see this right here too, right? I'm fucking getting short into this close. Look at that shit. See that right there? I'm buying puts in here. I'm loading puts here in this bell. See that cross right there? See that right there? That's bearish. I want this fucking roll right here. Squeeze that shit up. Sell it down in tomorrow. DIA, same kind of a thing. Down. DIA, you'll have a DIA chart for me tonight. P-Dog. I'll get you those current expectations for YM right now. If you're a pro trader, we update you like fucking 3 times a day. Like at least 3 times a day. They give you like if we break something or like, oh, we broke too low there, the dip wasn't held, we will update along the way. We hold your hand through the whole thing. Yeah, I got you, P-Dog. We do the white glove for pro traders. Last night, I think when I was looking last night, this is kind of an oxymoron. Like the most bearish index is Dow Jones, though it's the most squeezable. IWM is the second most bearish, but it's squeezable. Both opened nude lows. Qs had not yesterday. SPY. Are you guys long like I fucking told you to get long? How are you fucking long when I told you to get long out there? I think I told you at 3 o'clock fucking buy calls, didn't I? Fuck I say to you guys at 3 o'clock. It's a half an hour later. Are we up or down? Take your money and run. No? Okay. I think I even drew it here for you. I'm just fucking with you. Love you guys. So DIA has unlocked a lot of downside. IWM has too. They're both very prone to squeezing. Qs as of yesterday hadn't. NQ did, but not QQQ, which matters to me in cash market. SPY hadn't yesterday. SPY still isn't showing the downside move either. Even right now, they're not showing it. Qs and SPY are not showing it. But we could see it tomorrow. There's potential for it. So we're not there yet. Right now, if you want to know what doors are open, 26 and 19, 17, those are open. There's no requirement we trade them. They're just open. But I think that opening doors could happen tomorrow. That would open up some big, down the road, bigger downside to like 609, 590. We're not there yet. So just be tactful. Trade what's in front of you. Did you check Qs and did you got all right? So you guys know, like, there's a few things here. So there's a few things to know here. So like QQQs, right, should make some all-time highs and overperform, i.e. I'm not selling my, you guys understand how this works, kind of like, so like I'm long, let's say Apple, NVDA, AMD, whatever, right? I own all that shit. Mag 7. And then I hedge SPY. So like you might not see the underperformance, or you might not see like bloodbaths and Qs because no one's willing to sell. But you'll like long Mag 7, short Q, SPY. So you could see like the Shank bloodbath and SPY particularly. There is also some other shit at play this year, like IWM is trading on squeezing on potential rate cuts. Every time one of these assholes comes out and says we're getting rate cuts and we're going to a rate hike cycle, they want to front run that shit in both scenarios for potential roll, market roll. And then Dow Jones Industrial Average has some broadening in it. So there's squeeze potential there too, even though it's the most bearish. Like for everything I say, there's a counter to it. So like Dow Jones Industrial Average, there's some concept here that we're going to broaden the market out, take money and run on all of Mag 7, but start spreading out your exposure elsewhere into underperforming but positive stocks, even in Mag 7. Like something that's not in the red. I don't have to do any tax loss harvesting, so I want to like put some more exposure there. We haven't talked about that. I meant to yesterday. We didn't have the time. And that's the whole Larry Williams thing too. It's why I've got like Tesla outperforming end of year. There's a lot of rotation going on right now. We're at the end of a quarter. You guys got to think about a bigger size here, macro stuff. Like there are like there's like we're coming into like the next quarter. So you got to hedge it. Then you got like, where am I going to put my money into the end of the year? Do I have losers that are never going to recover? Are there some underperforms I can roll into outside of things that have outperformed this year? There's a lot of things going on for investors and traders and street and funds and all that kind of shit that can really impact the moves that's going on, the moves that are going on right now into the end of this quarter, the beginning of the next quarter. So there's like, for everything you say, there's another side to it. Don't get caught up in it. There's no point. You just buy the fucking dip. Squeezing higher now, trading into 642.31. This is the target to the upside right here. Just so you can see it right here in the close. I am bearish into tomorrow morning, just a heads up to you. As of right now, I'm bearish. I'm looking for sellers above to sell us down lower into tomorrow. But not right now. After the bell, after the close. Squeezing higher, right now trading 641.86. I would take the money at the close. Fuck yes. I would take it right now. I'll be honest with you, I would take it right now. Just take the money and exit. It's a good trade right here. I literally fucking drew it out for you right here. I don't like this trade into the close into tomorrow though. I think it's a trap for bulls. I literally just told you to go long here. Can't be short. You can't be losing money here. There's no fucking way. Can't be down $65,000. What the fuck how can you be down $65,000 fucking dollars, dude? You get in the Discord, man. I should give you a free fucking month. See what the fuck you're doing. There ain't no person that should be down 65K right now. Unless you're maybe concentrating your trades. Are you doing like all in on one trade, or are you a trader that only trades from thing to thing? Do you like counter trade yourself, or I don't know what you're doing. You're doing something wrong. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's rolling into from trade to trade. Like if you want to know account killers, I'll tell you. There's account killers are normally like all in on one trade, maxing out one trade, rolling into the next trade like that. Like I have 10 grand, I made 50 grand. I'm going all in 50 to 100. You're eventually going to get one wrong. There's a couple of things here, like the law of averages are automatically against you. Do you know that? If you make 3 wins out of 10, you're a rock star. If you can make 7 or 9, you're really fucking good. So you already know you're going to blow yourself up, right? So you pick the wrong one and you put too much money into it, roll too many times, you know that just the law of averages. Plus you got to pay taxes. Unless you're making big fucking, like down 65 but up $250,000 or something. I don't know what your size is or what your count is. Oftentimes traders also will miss like 4 or 5 trades. Like, ooh, that's a good one. Ooh, that's a good one. Ooh, that's a good one. Ooh, I'm getting long now. And you're on like the tail end of the trade. You know what I mean? That happens too a lot. You can see it here, right? So see this one right here? We see that one right there. Like, remember we had this nice big squeeze. I'm like, no, don't touch that shit. And it was just like, fuck you, fuck you, fuck you again. Now we can go up higher. Remember, too, that 646 and 645 and 644 at one point were like worthless. They were like pennies. So unless you had like an event-driven squeeze, dealers are telling you no. Look at that beautiful. You see it right here? Stay out of that trade. And get out. Do not be long into this close, even if we're going higher. There's the kiss. There it is right there. There's the kiss. Maybe one more up here, down. Sellers are right here. I'm going to get some puts. These are the guys that missed leg day in here. These are the guys that stuck around and did leg day. Chamath skipped leg day. You can lose 18. It's okay if you lose size. I think it's more the keep a journal of your trades and see what did I do to lose all this money. What mistake did I make? Where did I go wrong? Where did I mismanage it? Where did I not? I always like rolling into trades too. I don't always do it, but I like it. Like I always like you'll see people on like I'll see people on like Fin Twitter, Wall Street Bets, and they're like, I don't know. I got my thesis is Apple goes from 100 to $120, and I bought some 120 calls, and it blew up. I don't look at trading like that. Like every trade is one trade. I think that if I meet somebody that's got like a bunch of shit on, I got a hedge on, I got some fucking leftover shit from a fly, I got some shit from a condor. I left this on as a lotto trade. I might roll some extra money in there. I got a lot of time on it, that kind of stuff. I feel like time is a killer of accounts. I feel like not doing spreads is a killer of accounts. 0 dates are directional only. Like that's it. You're like you got to be right and you got to be on direction. Time is fucking brutal to you. There's no intrinsic value. I think owning underlying and then selling options is way better. And even if you get fucked up in that, you're still given a discount to buy or to sell. You still make some money to offset the losses under assignment or whatever side of that you're on. But you know, there's so many ways to not lose money that I feel like blowing up 60 grand. I think there's a problem, and it's not your fault. It's just you just take a look at it and see what could I have done to limit my losses, or what other trades would have helped me in that situation, and then write those notes down so that you can remember them in the future. Remember the old gym bros? And yeah, they're back. Chamath is back. We haven't had those guys in the house since 2022, have we? These are the weak ass sellers right here. Remember, if you're trying to sell this, what are you looking for? Rules still apply, right? You go up, you go down, you fail the 1 minute trigger, you fail the 5 minute trigger, then you're the seller. You wait for that to happen still. So there's no short here just now. There ain't no short here. You got to wait for the proof. Rules still apply. Nice, beautiful, gorgeous I wish this was during fucking bull season, man. It'd be moon time. You got a nice, beautiful cluster. 5 minutes, hourly, quarterly, or hourly and a half-hour trigger here. Gorgeous for a squeeze. Beautiful. For a ramp into the bell. Woo! Slap that ass right there. Trading 642.75. Don't short strength. Don't buy puts yet. You got to wait. Close these. Almost done. Where are puts for tomorrow? Puts. Damn, no, they're cheap. Hold on here. Forties. I really gotta fucking buy puts that fucking expensive. 637, 635. $0.20 for 635s tomorrow. What about Friday? 635 Friday by time. 628s are 22 cents right now for Friday. Fucking bid on these fucking things. 7,000 of them, 7,200 of them. I think we can go. You want to know how high we can go? Right here. We can go right here. We can go all the way up here. I don't think we do. We can go all the way up there. You can squeeze these fuckers right here. We can squeeze all these guys right here. Chmoth seller's getting run over. You're going to expect sellers right here no matter what, but they can be squeezed. Still grinding higher right now. So I didn't know that he was in calls for 644. I had no idea. I'd be fucking crushed. I didn't know that he lost 65K on zero dates for today. 644s? God damn. That fucking sucks. Well, fuck. Oh, they were for today's expiry? I didn't know. I just finding out now. No, there's a guy here in the chat. I didn't know that he was long calls today. He said he lost 65K. That's gotta fucking suck. That would fucking shake me to the bone for like probably a month. Trading 643.55, 643.68, 643.69. Trade 630. I just told him in the Discord like 5 or 10 minutes ago. I'm like, we can trade 646 right now, easy. Like, no, you better hope so. I'm like, Trading 643.83. Well, not 646. We can trade 645.81, right around here. There's a little more left here. Don't fuck around with this. We can easily rip this right here. Easily like wham one more. Maybe not. This is where the old school sellers are. They're right here. They're gonna take a stab at it for sure. These are the Chmoth sellers. We hate these guys. Never trust these fucking guys. They miss leg day. These fucking guys do not trust. These guys are bastards. These are like your vol whizzes, your good traders, your old school traders. Don't fuck with these guys. They got a little bit more room to get squeezed here. A little bit more. I'm gonna probably open some puts here. Ooh, yeah. Nice and cheap. Sorry, I missed it. I appreciate that joke. That's an old school joke from our community. Remember that? That was from 2022. I'm like, oh, fuck, here we go. We get the fucking, we get the, what do we call them? Gym bros. We get the gym bros. By the way, I'm putting on some lottos here if you want to know in public. 630p for Friday. They're on discount. They're cheap. I can't say no. You might want to wait for 414, but they might get cheaper because no demand. They're dirt fucking cheap. Why do they tell you this after the fucking bell? Do me a solid. Do me a solid. I'm watching all these posts. You guys all suck these guys off. Like, these guys, like what the fuck is the point of either of those services you just posted if they're posting them after? Like, I don't understand it. They don't understand. I don't understand it. Like, why not before? Right? It's so jacked up. Wait until 414. Try to grab that last fucking moment. I don't really care. They're 26, 27 cents, so I don't care, but you might want to have to add some more. Add another 10-pack or something. They're lottos, too, so just put them on. They're dirt cheap. We get some bad prints tomorrow morning, you'll be fucking Woo! Yeah, you know what I mean, Glockmatics? Like, that shit doesn't matter. That's all shits and giggles. That's all, like, internet cred. It means nothing. Can you imagine paying those services for fucking being told afterwards what happened? I'd be fucking pissed. I would. I'd be fucked. Some of those guys probably follow the show. Yeah, I don't have them trading today. I've got them tomorrow. Am I wrong on that, Avgo? Did I miss something? I might have missed something. Okay, we're just chasing each other's tails. We're just chasing each other's tails here. Yeah, we're all on the right. We all know what's going on. I think we're all just like wondering if somebody had said something other than that. Yeah, all right, we're all on the same page. Nobody, I think nobody did. I think we all just like started talking and then turned into that. God damn, if you're short, I saved your ass today, didn't I? Go long here. They didn't hit it. We should clip that out and post it on FinTwit today. We should post that on FinTwit. Go fucking long here. I think it was like right at the. I think it was right there too. Oh, let's go take a look at it. It was right here, right? It was literally right here, right there. Like 3:30, we said go long on the show live. Do me a solid, go out there and FinTwit and tell those fucks. So Captain Jim James told everybody to go fucking long right at 3:30. You're 90% cash right now? You're not willing to take that exposure on Avgo, are you? Too much upside risk? I see that upside risk on Avgo. You got a bunch of fucking kick-ass vol, though, tomorrow, VolWiz. You got, like, fucking 80 reports tomorrow, 80 data points. I bet this squeeze here, too, is with that. Covering that doom in the morning. Okay, I'll see all of you guys tomorrow. Natural Force said, Cap said go long, and I've never sent a market order faster. Fuck yeah, bro. What is someone else says, someone else in the fucking Discord goes, every time that fucker says we're gonna squeeze, I just close my shorts. Someone said that in the Discord yesterday, like, is he in there? Someone came in yesterday, they go, God damn it, I was in a meeting, did he say close your shorts? It's like, fuck. That's fucking hilarious. All right, you guys have a great night. I'll see you guys tomorrow morning. That's still valid tomorrow. Be really careful that sweep lower. Let me just show you this really quick. This is preliminary, of course. Hey, if you don't know, right? Listen up if you're watching the show still. We're coming into a season where I think we need more briefs. So by supporter level, I'm writing a note every night. So even these things change for me after the bell. I'll write you a note every night. You can sign up, try it out for a month. I slow down on that shit during like fucking buy the dip shit. Like if we're in like fucking summertime, like fuck that noise. What am I gonna tell them? Buy the hourly trigger every day? What am I gonna do? Write that note every night? Buy the hourly trigger. Buy the fucking the morning low. Buy the morning low. I can just do that shit on a stream, but just heads up to you, I'm writing notes again. So we're in this season right now, so I feel like it's necessary because of shit like this, right? Whipsaw, up, down, up, down. I got to keep you guys abreast every day. So if you're watching this show, it's $50. I can make you that fucking money back in like a goddamn day in the Discord. So just hang out, sign up, join us, join the community. It's great. It's a fucking kick-ass community. We got guys from all over fucking FinTwit hanging out in there. They're all cool guys. We got licensed guys in there. We got fucking quants. We got all that shit. It's not the Coliseum or anything. It's cool as fuck. We do private streams. We do chats all night long. People hang out in there. And we are doing briefs again. We need them because of shit like this, right? Wild ass days. Wild ass overnights. Wake up one morning and we're down fucking 70 points. Craziness. We got fucking Volwiz got a bunch of kick ass shit going on. He's calling it like a fucking G right now. So we got Binky calling shit like a G right now. We got the right players in on sell side. Know exactly when and where to do their thing. So come hang out. And I'll see all of you guys tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning. You'll get a note from me tonight. So whatever I give you right now, you're gonna get a new one this evening. If we do that breakout shit and start proofing it and start heading higher, we'll take that trade too. So